Hello, Timeline Man, and congratulations on getting first. You're officially the coolest member of chat today. Anyways, welcome! And a prime morning to all of you. I'm Thunderbird Prime, Master of YouTuber, and today, brain's still not working. Today, we return to Girls Frontline 2 for the new Dawn Forger event. And it's time to roll for Lorelei. I have, I think, 30... 40 pulls. That should be enough. And I'm guaranteed to, so... let's just hope for the best and hope she comes sooner rather than later. Because I kind of went all out for Voy Mestina. I got 2 more copies. But then I got a Peritia at the end, so... we're guaranteed. But unfortunately, our free pulls did not help. Retired TMP, I do not want that. Alright, time for the real pulls. Nope. Oh, the regular version of the DSR. Alright. Another 10 pull, let's go! Nope. Barely enough for another 10 pull. Let's go! There we go. By the skin of our teeth. Five, 6.
久しぶり、チキか昔と変わらないわね。今の私はローレライ。この新しい名前をあなたの体に刻み込んであげる。
She is so down bad. Hell yeah. Highest bid. Now for the usual stuff. We gotta go level her up.
こっちに来て。
And obviously we have to change the weapon to something more suitable. Except we're really low on rifles, huh? Enhance. That's all we got. Let's see, do we have any burn? We do. We absolutely do. Oh, just barely enough. But do we have any? Yes, we do. We have an appropriate muzzle. Whew. Just like that. We have everything we need. First weapon go up. Gotta make sure our weapons are in order after all. Alright, the boost in this is meh. This one's decent. Oh, we don't want to change it. We want to enhance it. Don't get it twisted, game. The absolute worst. We got the right stats, but the boosts were not up to par. They meet minimum par. The bare minimum. This is a little better. Alright, time to level up so we can do all the shenanigans. She is such a freak.
これが私の求めていた。
Standing by.
Hello, Melly. Thank you for checking in. As you can see, we have Lorelei now.
私のやり方教えてあげる。
We got the super spy lady.
指揮官も人が悪いわね。
Twirly, twirly.
私はまだ満足していないわよ。
Yes, GFL's Yor Briar. We have Yor Briar at home. Now, what can we upgrade? Quite a bit. What do we add, though? She's a support unit. So we have to find stuff that ups burn. She doesn't heal, though, so this one's kind of useless. It's conflicting. It's not useless, it's conflicting. Attack unity, I mean, sure, why not? We have like 3 more support slots. I wish I could like filter this better. They need to fix this filtering. That's just changing the order. Nope. That just gets rid of everything. Jeez. These filters just aren't clear enough. Well, Belly, I hope you have fun with Minecraft. I've never gotten into Minecraft, and at this point, I don't think I ever will. Alright, now, we're still looking for Burn Unity. We have enough Attack Unity. Burn Smite would also help. Like, I like watching other people play Minecraft. I myself could never get into Minecraft. Maybe part of my brain is like, if you're gonna be creative, focus that creativity on writing instead. Let's see. Attack Unity's already capped. So just adding more Attack Unity would be redundant. Nope. I'm looking for Burn Unity with... Well, Healing Boost doesn't really help. I don't think Lorelei is a healer. She's a support unit, but she's not a healer. Burning Smite would also help. Burn Unity, Burning Smite. Or we're like at the end here. Oh geez, there's really nothing, huh? The pickings are slim. Like healing boost, useless. Corrosive Smite, also useless, but hey. We make do with what we got. And what we got isn't a lot. see. Surely there's some burn boost. Attack boost. Nope. Nope. We need stuff that boosts burn, either in damage or smite. Come on. I'm positive we had some at the back. Like, we have a lot. That's a freeze. That's a freeze. There we go. Let's see. Pinpoint. Electric Smite is no good. Lax Talionis. Fixed damage to the attacker equal to 2% of the user's max HP. Cannot exceed 100%. Hey, if we can find Burning Smite, that would be quite the boon here. This is always the hardest part, the remolding pattern. Trying to find the right pieces to fit your units. I don't want RNG on top of my RNG. Why do gacha games keep doing this? It's an absolute bane, I tell you. Burn Unity, Defense Boost, CQC Elites? Whatever. You're using a sniper rifle. That is the exact opposite of CQC. Ichor conversion. Sure. We'll take what we can get. What? Oh, I just had to clear that. Neural Helix. Upgrade this as far as we can. Let's see. Movement up for 1 turn. Oh, movement up 3 for 1 turn. This is a mechanical kill, does not inflict... Cleanse 1 buff. I'll take that. Burn damage dealt by allied units increased by 7%. Hell yeah. Charges up thermal conduction. Can you tell me what thermal conduction? I guess they won't. A normal Elid, not an elite Elid, unfortunately. So we can't cheese some maps. I feel like... Is Hidden Passion or Pain Threshold? I feel like Searing Flame is going to be important, though. Wait, equip that. Equip that. that. Sort by not equipped. Narrow it down. We'll take what we can get. Damn, girl. Alright, enough dilly-dallying. Let's get on to the event. With the stars shining on our blades, and with our faith engraved in our hearts, we carve the dawn at the end of a long night. Part 1, go! Cooperative paradox. Where does the road paved with good intentions lead? Well, the saying says it's hell. It leads to hell. A warm wind blows across the dull community's experimental fields. As planned, tomatoes and purple sweet potatoes have taken root in the carefully cultivated soil and are growing with vigor. I can't help but feel a little sentimental as I met with this sight, as I step out from the empty warehouse. Despite the substandard fertilizer available to us with our limited supplies, the dolls have made incredible agricultural progress off the back of their patience and rigor.
上々だな。
ああ。それで今回の話は
Hurried sound of footsteps breaks up our conversation before I can finish my question. Latara runs towards us with considerable distress on her face.
リッタラ、どうかしたか?
Latara begins running at blinding speed before she even steadies herself.
関節用のベアリングの在庫が切れた。他のパーツも数が少ない。メンテナンス不足でみんなの行動に制限が出るし、畑の収穫も減ると思う。
まあ、そんなところだろうな。大丈夫。すぐなんとかなるさ。
The brief moments of enjoying the harvest cheer and comfort are short-lived as we get swept up by troubles again. Latara greets me again in text form, despite having seen me just moments ago.
そんなに大変じゃないから心配しないで。もうしばらくここにいていいから。
Why is she saying this all of a sudden? I'm a little confused, but I figure that it mustn't be anything serious, with the firm yet amicable expression on Latara's face. She still notices the sliver of confusion on my face, though, and she becomes a little nervous as she scrambles to write something down.
指揮官が突然物資の確認をし始めたからな。それが原因でどこかに行ってしまうんじゃないかと心配しているのだろう。
そんなまさか。私はそういう問題を解決するためにここにいるんだ。私たちはこれから一緒に闇ブローカーを目指していく仲間だ。勝手に一人で帰るわけがない。
リッタラ、残りのパーツであとどれくらい持つ？
さっき確認したけど、1週間はなんとかなると思う。
That's not a lot of time, Latara.
1週間か。なら十分だ。
じゃあ僕は1週間を前提にパーツをみんなに配るね。
Latara turns to smile and wave at us as she goes. Ulrid finally faces me once Latara has turned around for good.
1週間でいいということは。
ああ、作物の買い手とパーツの売り手にはすでに心当たりがある。
The sound of an incoming call rings out in a timely manner. I take a look at my terminal to find out that the caller is Polonitsa. She must have a response for me regarding what we discussed previously. I gesture with my terminal at Ulrid.
今のところ順調のようだ。
私は外した方がいいか？
いや、ここで聞いていてくれ。
She nods, falling silent to indicate that I should take the call.
よう、喜べ。いい話を持ってきたよ。
Her energetic voice immediately comes through the terminal. She's as direct as always, and if any pleasantries would be as if any pleasantries would be disrespectful.
前回売りつけた缶詰よりいい話だといいな。イエローエリア最大の闇市場とか、あるいはゴーラップスピースの鉱脈とかだとありがたい。
そんなものはないが、これはこれでありがたい話だ。絶対気に入ってくれると思うよ。
Hello, Hydra. Thank you for the lurk. The call continues to buzz with static as she sends over coordinates and files.
見てみるといいさ。
これはイエローエリアの貿易都市か。
ああ、よくある限界集落だったが、近年急に伸びてきてね。闇ブローカーの中ではそこそこ評判いいらしい。名前はモコシュだ。
Now, if you remember, Mokosh was mentioned in Needy Catcrawl Overload because that was out of order. This was supposed to come out before the Basti event.
急に伸びたね。
そこら辺の行商人の集まりとはわけが違う。グリーンエリアやホワイトエリアとも取引していて、イエローエリアで随分威勢よくしてるよ。ただまあ、土地に恵まれなくてね。日当たりが悪いから農業は廃れているんだ。だからあそこならいくらでも買い手がつく。うまくいけばあんたの心配してることは全部解決するさ。
そうか。それ
でこそあんただよ。なんたって今年のブリーフ懸賞金ランキング1位だからね。
I interrupt Poldenitsa as she starts to poke fun at me.
皮肉はそれぐらいでいいだろう。それとも私を売るつもりか？
まさかお得意様を助けてあげたいだけだよ。なんせ指名手配されてもうちを頼るような客だからね。こういう時の儲け話はお互い様だろ。
Poldenitsa contacted me immediately after I became wanted and provided a variety of resources not easily accessible. She's one of the very few individuals deserving of my trust right now.
当然だ。今までひいきにしてやったんだから。それに、たとえモコシュに行くとしても、何の準備もせず向かうわけがない。
分かってるじゃないか。それじゃいい収穫があることを祈ってるよ。
With a simple farewell, Poldenitsa prepares to cut the call, but she suddenly appears to think of something.
そういえばメイリンちゃんは
メイリンはエルモ号にいる。今頃メンテナンス作業中だと思うが。なんだ？もしかしてまた何か売りつけるつもりか？
まあそんなところかな。それじゃあ私はこれで。
Leaving me with that, she ends the call.
何を企んでるのやら。
I notice Aura's gaze still on me, and my mind returns to agricultural matters. I extend her an invitation.
一緒に行くか。うまくいけば物資の問題は一気に解決する。もともと君たちが育てた作物だから、まずはそうするべきだと思う
が。ありがたい話だが、本当に私で。
The power plant blares with an alarm before Aura can finish. The alarm shrieks for the briefest moment before abruptly ceasing as if it had broken down.
まさか警報機まで故障したんじゃ。
指揮官、スオミだ。
Uh-oh. Sumi runs at us while waving her arms, trying to say something. With the volume she can manage, though, I struggle to make out what she's saying. I only manage to hear her clearly when she gets closer.
指揮官、お姉様、北側の2番出口に息袋がいっぱい。
自動防衛システムは？
中継機の老朽化でシステムがダウンしています。急いで修理していますが。指揮官、今は。
ああ、分かってる。全員戦闘準備。
Well, since we got her, let's employ Lorelei. Let's see. We'll do that. Actually, no. No. There we go. Combat all. Start all. Alright, 10 stacks of searing flame. Boom. Well, that was easy.
なんとかなりました。
このタイミングでこんなトラブルだ。ますます厳しくなるな。
それで指揮官、さっきの話なんだが、本当に私が同行していいのか？
Of course.
君は人形コミュニティのリーダーだからな。君がいた方がみんなも安心するだろう。それにリーダーとしてあの街を一度見ておいた方がいいと思う。
お姉様、指揮官とどこかに行くのですか
Ulrich contemplates while staring at Suomi, speaking after a considerable pause.
それならスオミも連れて行きたい。万が一何か起きても二人なら指揮官を守れる。サンプルも多く持っていけるだろうし。
Receiving no answer from either of us, Suomi tilts her head to the side as her confusion deepens.
安全のことなら心配ない。グローザの正体もついてきてくれる。
そうか。でも大きい町なんだろう。気晴らしに連れて行ってやってほしいんだ。
I smile and decide not to answer the question.
そうか。なら、スオミも一緒に来てくれ。
I turn to the helpless Suomi.
あんならもう何人か連れてきてもいい。
Ulrich turns to Suomi as well, which makes Suomi pinch the hems of her clothes nervously.
いいのですかコミュニティの方は。
大丈夫。私たちがいない間のことはちゃんと手配しておくから。
でもこれってどこに行くの？
戦場は片付いた。
We're going to a city. Ah, story node. Corroded invitation. A deeply impressed invitation whose heart has long since been rusted away by the sands of time.
はい今なんて言いました？第11。
The familiar yet strange name sparks something in Mei Ling. Her hand holding her terminal shakes somewhat.
なんだい、驚きすぎて言葉も出なくなったかい？
Yes.
いいえ、そうじゃなくて、まさか第11局のエンジニアが。
第11機械工学設計局の第7支援班は今猛虎種に出張している。以外、確かリーダーのやつは特級エンジニアだったな。かつて新ソ連を支援したこともある。会ってみたくはないか？
Yes. Opportunities. 1,000 emotions flood into Mei Ling's mind. Expectation, excitement, anxiety, and apprehension among them.
どうした？
いいえ、心の準備が必要というか、相手が会ってくれるかどうかもわかりませんし。
それなら心配しなくていい。向こうもあんたを探しているみたいだから。
私を探しているのですか？
手土産に故郷の酒も準備しているらしい。
Ooh. That's how you get Mei Ling.
そんなことがあっていいんですか？
She perked right up.
向こうは人手不足だからね。あんたが協力を申し出たら報酬も弾むだろう。第11局は羽振りがいい。
オルドニッツァさんからじゃなかったら何かの詐欺だと思っちゃいそうです。まさかこの瞬間のためにずっとわざといい人のふりを。
会うかどうかはあんたが決めるといいさ。
私か。
Your fate is in your hands.
必要な情報は送ったよ。あとは好きにしてくれ。それじゃ。
あ、切れちゃった。
She's gone. Bye bye, Poldenitsa. Only Mei Ling is left in the ops room to stew in her thoughts.
オルドニッツァさん。
Mei Ling hesitates for quite some time as she stares at the new name stored in her terminal. She doesn't work up the courage to make the call. Bweh! There it is, the signature Mei Ling bweh.
急にどうしたんですか？私ボタン押してませんよ。なんだ、指揮官ですか。
Wow. Come on.
どうした？誰かの通信を待ってたのか？
いいえ。指揮官、何か用事ですか？先に言っておきますけど、私は忙しいので。
Beat it, beat it.
ああ、それは分かっているよ。ウルリド、グローザ、キャロリック、そしてスオミと一緒にモコシュに行くことになったから、その間、エルモ号のことは頼んだ。
Don't let it get blown up.
モコシュって。
She repeats the name as Poldenitsa's words reverberate through her mind. First fuse. Shadows lurk beneath the placid waters, and a single spark can detonate the entire night sky.
ここは
なんか
思っていた以上に
栄えすぎでしょ。
We finally arrive at Mokosh after crossing a vast desert. From afar, this place is nothing short of a lurking metallic beast. A dome forged from metal covers the skies, and the radiation nearby is kept out by the natural barrier of Age Dam. Several colossal elevators handle the flow of traffic, like giant metallic tendrils, endlessly swallowing and spitting out the surging crowds. The space is clear as day despite being underground. Painfully bright floodlights are arranged in rows, extending endlessly into the depths of the man-made flood discharge tunnel. The humdrum of music from advertisements resonates as the sharp tones of synthesizers stab into eardrums like countless needles. An exceptionally commercialized district is filled with the cries of countless vendors, all wearing the same numb tiredness on their faces. Folks of different accents and skin colors mix together before the stalls. Some argue over tiny differences in pricing with reddened faces, while others count the precious few coins in their possession with mechanical movements. All in all, a stark contrast to the vast wilderness outside the city.
貿易都市と名乗るだけのことはあるな。イエローエリアにいることを忘れてしまいそうだ。
指揮官と一緒にイエローエリアの中で10年も過ごしましたけど、こんな街は初めてです。
I follow Mei Ling's gaze. Her attention isn't on the glaring electronic screens in towering economic districts, but fully focused on the greenery by the roadside. It's certainly strange to see that in the yellow zone. But the thing I'm more interested in at the moment is...
どうしてメイリンまで来たんだ？急に休みたくなったのか？
A stall by the roadside draws Suomi's attention and she separates from the group with a jog.
指揮官、あっちを見てきますね。後でちゃんと戻ります。
こんなのもう休暇じゃない。どうせサンプル以外旅行グッズしか持ってきてないんでしょ。
全部必要なものです。あと、これは休暇ではなく仕事ですから。
I believe you, Mei Ling. She pats the backpack of her shoulders filled with all of her tools. She came here especially for an engineer who, she claims, has prepared a gift of their hometown's fine wine for her. Even without her mentioning it, I figure that she must be looking for information about her parents. This fellow townsman of Mei Ling's appears to be a senior engineer of the 11th Bureau. It might not be so bad for Mei Ling to meet him here.
どうせみんなで来るのですから、私を混ぜてもいいじゃないですか。指揮官、メイリンさん、ここに有名バンドのコラボ T シャツがありますよ。しかも限定品。他で
Mei Ling follows Suomi after hearing the call, and they wander off towards an oddity peddling outlet selling a smorgasbord of curiosities.
さすがにもう休暇ということでいいだろう。最近いろいろあったからな。ただ、私たちは指名手配の身だ。くれぐれも注意するように。もちろんメイリンもだ。
指揮官が一番気をつけてください。
Yeah, you are the most wanted man at the Green Zone after all, Commander. Mei Ling and Suomi dive into the store, leaving me behind to cover our current identities again, with the dolls still around me.
今日の私たちはサルヌイ南部で農産物を取り扱うスーザだ。今は西部の業務を開拓中で予算はたっぷりあるということになっていて。
The Sosa family.
ああ、そうだ。一応同族経営でもある。みんなそれぞれ私の妹と姉と
娘とか。
Groza watches as great gears in my head get stuck and kindly drops me a reminder. She looks at Mei Ling and Suomi with a smile as the duo busy themselves picking out wares.
もう子供じゃないがな。今のメイリンは一人前のエンジニアだ。
Her words remind me of when we first met Mei Ling years ago. Rose is in a mood to crack jokes for once, a rare sight considering our recent circumstances. Despite us having very few opportunities to be alone with each other, I can't help but tease her a little.
ただ設定としてはそれでいいかもしれない。
指揮官だとメイリンの保護者にしては若すぎない？
じゃあ他に何かいい設定でもあるのか？
Seeing as Rose is in a good mood with a smile on her face, I can't help but enter holiday mode myself. I continue on the topic.
そうね。例えば指揮官のパートナーとか？
Her expression changes the moment I ask that question.
いや、それは。
I remember, but I'm not sure whether I should answer at the sight of the expression on Rose's face.
そうだな。今回は人形コミュニティの取引先を探すためでもあるから、私がパートナーとして。
Groza's jealous.
グローザ、その目はどうした？
Ullard answers the question for me with good intentions, but her voice trails off as she perceives the invisible sparks between Groza and me.
そういうことなのね、指揮官。今までは私がその役目だったのに。
She looks at me with a smile bearing a deep meaning. Groza doesn't typically take these things so seriously with her personality, though. She must be saying this just to ease the mood. But Aura doesn't know that, even if she looks the same as she always does. I catch her placing one hand behind her back, running her fingers over something in her palm. The pig squeezy.
何やってんの？全部ただの方便でしょ。それにグローザ、この間あんたたまには別のキャラもやってみたいって言ってたじゃない？
Krolik shields me behind herself as she speaks. Her bunny ears sway in the wind, and I wonder how I previously failed to realize how comforting the sight of her figure is from behind.
そうね。たまには指揮官のお姉ちゃんになってみるのも案外悪くないかも。
I place a hand on Krolik's shoulder and gratefully give it a pet.
キャロリックも見ていかないか？結構珍しいものがあるかもしれないぞ。
そんなこと言ってる場合じゃないでしょ。何のんきに遊ぼうとしてんのよ。
ほらキャロリック、あそこにいい感じのウサ耳が。
どこに？じゃなくて、そんなこと聞いてないって。遊びに来たんじゃないんだから。
She's so cute when she's angry.
まあでもせっかくだし、あの店だけ見に行ってくる。何かあったらすぐに呼んで。
Without another word, Krolik also plunges into the motley mass of goods on sale. Man, I hope Krolik gets like a Gnosis upgrade like Nemesis will in the future. I take a brief look around. This market is unprecedentedly large as far as the yellow zones go, but there are precious few stalls selling produce around here. The offerings on display from the few open vegetable and fruit stalls cannot be compared to the fine crops of the dull community.
これは儲かりそうな気配がするな。
それじゃ未来の大商人さん、お姉ちゃんと一緒にここを見て回らない？
Groza's in jealousy mode. It's kind of cute, actually.
そうだな。指揮官も少し羽を伸ばしてきた方がいい。
ウルリドには言われたくないな。あの豚のおもちゃを何度も握りしめていただろう。ストレスを感じてるときはそういう癖があるとリッタラから聞いた。商談の時に相手に見られたら恥ずかしいぞ。
She awkwardly touches the tip of her nose.
それは何というか、指揮官以外の人間を前にすると緊張してしまうんだ。
Her gaze lands on the store that Suomi and Mei Ling entered. I sigh, then turn to Groza, who's by my side.
グローザ、気づいたか？
Just to the left of the store, I clearly see several people lurking nearby. They're holding makeshift firearms made of miscellaneous parts, their rusted shells glistening with mottled light.
本当は休暇を楽しみたかったな。メイリンとスオミを危ない目に遭わせるわけにはいかない。
Being dragged into such an incident just as we arrive in Mokosh is hardly a good omen. However, before I can even think about through the situation, Aura's hand is already on her sword's grip.
私の知っている人間はほとんどこうだった。 感情のまま動いて平気で暴力を振るう。彼らの顔を見ればわかるわ。
We shuffle a few steps towards that direction and get a proper look at their faces. Sunken cheeks, swollen skin, and feeble bodies. But more striking still are their expressions, hollow and wavering gazes as they have totally lost the ability to focus. They're the very spitting image of madness and self-abandonment.
彼らだけじゃない。どうやらこの町には相当数精神的な不安を抱えている人がいるようね。
A look about and confirm Groza's statement. In the bustling vibrance of the crowd, many of the people here wear a similarly strange expression, including the vendors and idlers on the side of the street.
奴らが動くぞ。窃盗か強盗か。
いつでも取り押さえられるように。
Gunshots ring out inside the store. The individuals we noticed earlier quickly pick up their weapons and rush in. The surging sound of screaming immediately fills the air.
今週で何回目よ。こんな奴ら早く追い出してやればよかったわ。
こいつらを外に出すのが悪いんだ。全員牢屋にぶち込んでやれ。
銃。こいつら銃を持っているわ。衛兵はどこ？税金だけ取って何もしないなんて。
Suomi and Mei Ling are not among the masses we see fleeing from the site. Suomi should be able to handle these situations, but Mei Ling is flesh and blood.
指揮官、指示を。
グローザ、ウロリド、戦闘準備。
Dice. Wanna roll the dice? Just don't get a 7 out. Let's see here.
指示を聞かせて。
Oath-sworn spec ops. Alright, we have 10 stacked of Seared Flame. Boom! There we go.
まだ降参しちゃダメ。全部終わりました、ジョージさん。
Ooh, new character. The chaos doesn't continue for long. As one would expect, a squad of armed personnel named the Oathsworn quickly move out to settle the commotion, not unlike a well-secured green zone. Judging from their movements, they've clearly received rather comprehensive training. The woman named Thea looks at those put on the ground with some uncertainty. Those executing the robbery with guns in hand just a moment ago are now restrained by the Mokosh Oathsworn.
全員動くな。この裏切り者ども、承知の犬め。いっそ殺せよ。
わめいたところで意味はない。簡単に死ねると思うな。死ぬのなら償ってから死ね。
The sounds of resistance gradually fade as the Oathsworn crack down, but the look in the belligerent's eyes becomes murderous. They stare at the man in stately garb with a death-like obsession, as if he's the target of some long-standing grudge. The man, however, only has enough attention to spare for Thea.
いや、従わないだけなら悔い改めるチャンスを与えるが、客人の前でモコシの秩序を乱した罪は深い。やれ。
はい。
待て。
危険だ。行かない方がいい。
My shout is a moment too late. In a single moment, the belligerents all received a bullet through the head. They cease all movement on the ground, the scent of their viscera mingling with gunpowder and spreading through district air. Thea doesn't hesitate. It's evident that she's used to such scenarios. She neatens her gloves and continues her work as if the corpses on the ground aren't there, and she acts as if she hadn't heard my call.
完了いたしました。地下監獄にまだ空きがあるなどと考えていたのですが、申し訳ございません。
地下監獄が空いているか否かの問題ではない。また同じことが起きれば問答無用で射殺しろ。モコシュの町は安全でなければならないのだ。
The woman named Thea lowers her head in silence, her countenance hidden from view.
かしこまりました。
次は ないぞ。
Thea's expression remained unmoving the entire time, whether she apologized, lowered her head, or was lost in perplexity. If there was anything that indicated any emotion, it would be her hand that periodically moved to caress the accessories on her person. Finished with his rebukes, the man named George turns his attention to me.
さて、これはお見苦しいところをお見せしました。
Leaving his point half unfinished, he takes a look at Ulred. A hint of a smile appears beneath his cruel eyes.
なかなか優秀な護衛がいるようですね。まさか商談の前にこのようなことが起きるとは。
Sure. His lips jerk into a smile.
テロリストの対処に客人の手を煩わせるなんて全く面目ない。
私のことを知っているのですか？
もちろん、サルヌイ南部で農産物を取り扱っているスーザ家の皆様。
Kings of
政
Tomatoes.
府への進出にあたって商談にいらしたと聞いております。ところで、この護衛の方たちは家族だという報告を受けておりますが。
He remembers the pitch even better than I do.
お目にかかれて光栄です。その様子だと、あなたがこの町の管理者のようですね。
正確に言えば町のリーダーです。どうぞジョージとお呼びください。イエローエリアで農業を成功させるほどの人物だとお伺いして、直にお迎えに上がった次第です。
そうですね。今回の商談は我が一族にとっても非常に重要です。各部門の担当者である姉妹や娘たちも、娘の2人は今買い物中でして。
おや、ご息女までいらしているのですか？
娘といっても養子ですよ。それにイエローエリアを往来するのに慣れていますので。
Adopted.
なるほど。
An almost imperceptible sliver of skepticism travels through his eyes, but his lips are ready to smile with a sudden realization.
ポルドニッツァから最上級のおもてなしをするようにと仰せつかっております。
大げさですよ。ポルドニッツァには少し貸しがありまして。それが今回のご縁につながったというわけです。これではむしろ借りを作ってしまいましたね。
No doubt used to such flattery. He smiles faintly and moves onwards. The judgmental look on his face eases.
ジョージさん、パーティーの準備ができました。お客様たちをホテルにご案内いたしましょうか。
Thea suddenly interjects in our conversation, having finished directing the squad scene cleanup. George only motions for silence, quite unsatisfied with her interrupting him. He instructs her to leave. Looks like some of my words do get through.
何やら特別な方法でトマトを栽培していると伺ったのですが。
He questions me as we walk. His smile is exceptionally bright, almost bright enough to make one forget about the prying nature of his words.
大したことではありません。イエローエリアには土地はいくらでもあります。重要なのは肥料と日当たりです。それが特別な方法だと言えば、確かにそうかもしれませんね。
I had mentioned the experimental fields over the adult community. I've at least grasped the basics of agriculture after trying to keep up with everyone else.
興味深い。我々もいろんな方法を試していましたが、結果は見ての通り。
Well, you're underground for starters.
まあ、ここで話すのもなんですし、詳しい話はまた後にしましょう。
He smiles glowingly, and after thinking for a moment, he produces an invitation letter more ornate than something that should be appearing in the yellow zone and places it in my hand.
そうだ、忘れるところでした。
これは
商談はもちろん大事ですが、私にとって人付き合いも同じぐらい大事です。モコシュに来て早々嫌な思いをさせてしまったお詫びをさせてください。手始めにまずはこのダンスパーティーから。ご家族もぜひご一緒にどうぞ。
He takes a long and deep look at my family, a knowing smile spreading across his lips. The discomforting look on his face makes me doubt whether or not he really has a passion for these parties and balls he speaks of. even if he smiles like he were my childhood friend reuniting with me after many years. I will never forget the ruthlessness in which he ordered the deaths of those people mere moments ago. I'm sure he knows that too.
もちろん断っていただいても構いません。我々は客人に無理強いをしませんので。
Examining the exquisite patterning and false stamping on the invite, I feel that I might as well give Groza a chance to relax.
どうやらジョージさんはまだご存じないようですね。
おや？もしや社交界にも名を馳せているお方でしたか？
その時になればわかりますよ。
Not a yes, not a no.
ダンスパーティー楽しみにしています。
George visibly relaxes as I accept his invitation.
最高のパーティーになることを約束いたします。
そういえばジョージさん。
はい。
モコシュにいる間、街の中を見て回ってもいいですか？妹が買い物好きでね。
もちろん。ただ街のことについては私どもに説明させていただいた方がわかりやすいかと。
それもいいですが。
I gesture at the surroundings.
正直、底辺住民についてはあなた方の説明だけでは足りないでしょう。自分の目で見た方が早いと思います。
これは一本やられましたね。
How about from the start?
長年イエローエリアにいたもので、私たちには私たちのやり方があります。ジョージさん、よろしければ案内してくださいませんか？
パートナ
もちろん。すでに最上級の部屋を予約しております。
では、お願いします。
どうぞこちらへ。
George raises a hand and makes an inviting gesture. Ignoring the hints of braggadocio in his voice, we follow him deep into the winding streets. Quite noticeably, even as George proceeds with easy steps, the people in the street all display expressions similar to the armed criminals from just a moment ago. Each and every one, vendor and passerby.
作戦終了。帰ろっか。
Oh, another story node. Lightless night. There is no day or night here, no moon or stars, only darkness. After George left us at the hotel, we tidied ourselves up before we stepped out onto the street. Because of the work Mei Ling mentioned previously, she was so keen to come here that she made preparations to come here by herself. For safety's sake, however, we ended up deciding to come together. I can't help but exclaim at the difference between the two environments. Inside the lavishly grand hotel, everyone present seemed radiant and lively. They wore smiles on their faces as natural as those of any White Zone resident, and the rooms were decorated with similar finery. There were even some carefully chosen little gifts laid out for us. On the other hand, the street we now find ourselves on is filled with those taken by pain or madness. Seeing as our goal is to survey the area, though, we do need to see all the places Mokosh has to offer. Urid and Suomi are off preparing for the ball and tallying up crops we brought. Only Groza and Krolik are with me, but Mei Ling appears a little off compared to yesterday. She's constantly looking around as if searching for something. Mei Ling's preparations might have been mistaken for uncertainty regarding the security of this place, but Krolik tries to comfort everyone in her own way.
指揮官はあのジョージのことをあまり信じてないみたいね。
ここはあいつが言っているほど単純な場所じゃない気がする。さっきいたホテルだって。
何？気に入らなかったの？グリーンエリアほどじゃないけど十分豪華でしょ？
Hello, Yusuke. We're in the middle of reading the Dawn Forger event.
違う。問題はそこじゃない。ホテルと他の場所の格差がありすぎる。しかも貿易都市とは言ったものの、実際ちゃんと商売をしているのはさっき私たちのいたエリアだけだ。
他にも商業地域がないとおかしいってこと？
She surveys the surroundings and takes in the sight of the dilapidated district in sharp contrast to the hotel.
少なくともこの辺じゃなさそうね。
それが問題だ。
We continue moving forward as we travel through the broken buildings. The street is maybe only 1/5 as well lit as the street where the hotel sits, with only a few scattered light sources illuminating the silhouettes of our surroundings. We decide to escort her together to the meeting, as we were totally unwilling to let Mei Ling move around the city by herself under any circumstances. It would serve as a part of our investigations into the city anyway. Mei Ling opposed this overly protective course of action immediately, but she still clings onto my arm tightly, feeling a little fearful.
ここら辺は電力も不足していますし。
地下都市の照明はコストがかかるとはいえ、ここまでケチる必要はないはずだ。こんな環境で暮らすのはあまりにも危険すぎる。
As unrealistic as expecting good lighting in the yellow zones is, the other party asked Mei Ling to meet him here. I condemned George's pretentious generosity deep down as I considered whether I should tell Mei Ling to give up on this request from her fellow townsmen. Do you like anyone from the Sneznaya trailer? The maid that's voiced by Yumihara? The Saritsa, obviously. That's all that comes to mind immediately.
あれ？電気がついたのですか？
違う。これは自然光を取り入れた照明システムよ。
The circular glass domes above us give off a gentle light. As faint as it is, the light extending down the street softens its sharp outlines.
ジョージのことを少し勘違いしていたかもしれないな。
同好感ですね。こんなものを地下に敷くのは大変ですよ。
Light pipes are hardly a rare technology, and it's no rarity for underground shelters in the yellow zones to use light pipes for illumination. The deployment of them on such a large scale, however, is a considerable work of engineering. The lighting system here has been carefully constructed to acquire light from the outside, combining it with artificial lighting that fills in the gaps on overcast days and at nighttime. A baseline level of brightness is maintained with energy consumption and cost-value ratio taken into account.
しかもこの配置、素晴らしいです。
Illuminated by the soft light, we spot several people undertaking survey work. They're dressed in uniform workwear, and they give off a different air than the agitation and dread found amidst the other residents of Mokosh. A busy sense of fulfillment surrounds them, yet a certain tiredness mixes itself in. Noticing our bizarre group of individuals, the one among them that appears most like the leader approaches us.
Mailing?
Oh! The other party is an amiable old man. In stark contrast with the city's other residents, his eyes are bright, and he carries himself with vigor. He identifies Mei Ling with a single look and carries himself calmly. His subtle gaze stays on me for a moment before he nods politely and turns back to Mei Ling. Looks like he's the client who arranged the meeting with Mei Ling, but her reaction is somewhat delayed, maybe because she's unfamiliar with such situations.
私のことですか？
ああ、すまない。まずは自己紹介だったな。私は第11機械工学設計局の特級エンジニア、ホワイトという。
Mei Ling pulls out her terminal as the man speaks and seems to be comparing something. After a brief moment, she exclaims with a sudden realization.
もしかして。
知り合いか?
I'm still worried about Mei Ling, so I don't let my guard down. I take a step forward to stand next to her. She still seems to be doubting and questioning how she should express herself, but she manages to get something out after some considerable thought.
はい、一応知り合いです。前に言いました。同じ故郷のエンジニアさんです。
君がエルモ号の指揮官だね。雰囲気ですぐ分かったよ。
Seeing that Mei Ling is hesitant, he removes his protective gloves and offers me a handshake before I question him. His sleeve is newly stained with machine oil, and his hands still bear marks made by cabling. I wonder if it's due to his similar appearance to Mei Ling, but I don't feel any antagonism towards him.
何のことですか?
I still offer him my hand even though I deny my identity. My name is by no means suitable to bring up in spontaneous conversation, but he does not treat me like a wanted criminal and offers me the same civility.
安心してくれ。悪いようにはしない。私はただメイリンに会いに来ただけだよ。
I turn to Mei Ling, seeking her opinion. She nods.
ポルドニッツァさんの紹介でモコシュで私に手伝ってほしい仕事があると聞いたんですが。
Cha-ching. Come on, Mei Ling, make that bank. She turns to the engineer after explaining the situation to me.
その仕事って一体。
もう見ただろう。それだよ。
Dr. White turns somewhat to the side, gesturing for us to look behind him. The light we were so thankful for a moment ago comes from the most important illumination system on this side of the city. The work that Mei Ling was about to accept was related to this the whole time.
この照明システムはあなたが設計したの？
The elderly man shakes his head with a smile. He only tosses a look of praise backwards to the team working behind him.
自然光を取り入れるには地形を熟知している必要がある。私はあくまでも構想を提唱しただけで、設計自体は別の人間によるものだよ。
あのジョージがあんたたちを招き入れたの？
第11局とモコシュはもともと持ちつ持たれつ。ジョージに何かを言われてきたわけではない。それにモコシュも第11局との関係を壊したくないはずだ。
I look at his jacket, and I found the 11th Bureau's mark and even the organization's operational goals emblazoned on it. Relief efforts for humanitarian goals. If I'm remembering correctly, the files Poldenitsa provided me mentioned that the dam Mokosh depends on for its existence was constructed by the 11th Bureau for free.
あなたたちは無償でモコシュの支援をしているのですか？
あまり理解されないことだが必要だと思ってね。太陽の光はモコシュの一番上の層にしか届かない。しかし地下の根にも太陽の光が必要だ。たとえそれが借り物の光でも。
私にも手伝わせてください。
Volunteer work? I don't know, Mei Ling. You won't be able to afford the wine you like so much. She leaps at the opportunity, even forgetting the fear in her heart as she stops, holding tightly onto me.
やっぱり母親に似ているな。
メイリン、少し待ってくれ。まだホワイトさんに聞きたいことがある。
I stop Mei Ling from getting ahead of herself. Perhaps she hasn't discovered the trick yet. Rather than a side job, this request is more akin to an interview. The old man in front of us surely hoping that Mei Ling will return to the organization her parents came from, which isn't necessarily a bad thing for her. The 11th Bureau's work is no doubt meaningful and would make proper use of her talents. I come to the resolution that Mei Ling would be the one to make the decision herself. I would only make sure that she is not tricked or misinformed.
聞きたいこととは？
失礼ですが、身分を証明できるものはありませんか？疑っているわけではありませんが、メイリンは私にとっても大事な人です。こういう場所ですから、念のために。
His approachable smile doesn't lessen at all as I put forth my suspicions.
問題ない。むしろそうでなくては。私の ID だ。好きに調べるといい。
He passes me an aged engineer certification from the 11th Bureau. The leather covers are visibly aged yet well preserved, and it still gives off a gentle gleam in the light.
失礼します。
The 11th Bureau's documents are quite plain, speaking about nothing but the organization's glory and meaningful history. Alongside the 11th Bureau certifications are StateSec-issued URNC specialist certificates, nothing I haven't seen before. His identity is guaranteed by the URNC, and his safety is ensured by StateSec with his ultra-high security clearance.
何か質問があれば聞いてくれ。私に答えられることなら何でも答えるよ。
もう指揮官、こんなことしなくても。
Yes, you are our alcoholic daughter. Of course I'm gonna look after you. Mei Ling peeks at me and mumbles lightly. I swear she's smiling ever so slightly.
それと指揮官、警戒しているのは私も同じだよ。
ええ、もちろんです。お互いメイリンのためを思ってのことですから。しかし、先ほどの話を聞く限り、ホワイトさんはメイリンの両親のことを知っているのですか？
As this topic is brought up, Mei Ling becomes a million times more nervous than she was previously, and she starts pinching at her clothing.
シンと愛知はもともと第7部の所属で、戦後私と共に新ソ連へと向かった優秀なエンジニアだった。2人は第11局の任務中に殉職した。だから本来メイリンのことは我々第11局が責任を持って面倒を見るべきだった。
それじゃなんで今頃になって。
A barely perceptible hint of hurt creeps into Mei Ling's tone.
ずっと見つからなかったからね。我々の人手が足りなかったばかりに。闇ブローカーの助けで居場所を特定できた頃、君はもう一人前のエンジニアになっていた。君は自分の力で自分の生活を築いていた。
Busy is an understatement here. We're talking about overtime, all-nighters, developing an alcohol addiction.
だからそれを邪魔してはいけないと思った。必要な時だけ力を貸そうと決めた。もし君の両親が見ているのなら、きっと同じことを思うだろう。
そうでしたか。もっとお父さんとお母さんのこと教えてもらってもいいですか？
もちろんだよ。故郷の記念館にも2人の記録がちゃんと残っている。
故郷。
一度戻ってみたくないかい？
I already know how Mei Ling would answer. After all, I have seen her ruminating with her parents' notebook in hand on more than one occasion. But now, she hesitates. The answer she should leave her mouth in an instant turns into silence upon her lips. All I can do now is what is best for Mei Ling.
申し訳ありませんが、メイリンに手伝ってほしいという仕事についてもっと詳しく教えてもらえないでしょうか。
指揮官。
Mei Ling lightly tugs at my clothing, perhaps frustrated by me speaking on her behalf without permission, or simply hoping to direct the conversation herself. Or maybe a mix of both. I should have been happy that Mei Ling was making her own decisions. All I hope for is that she will make her choice once everything has been made clear. A conversation with a third party will help her gain a more objective perspective.
ごめん。でも君の安全のために必要なことなんだ。
我々第11局とモコシュの間にはしっかりとした契約が結ばれている。それもロレンでさえないがしろにはできないものだ。もちろん仕事中の安全は私が保証しよう。そしてこの仕事が終わったらメイリンを広報の研究部門に転属させることも約束できる。
Ooh. My expectations becoming a reality is less of a shock than I expected. Groza and Krolik grow unsettled with the sudden realization, and they look at me nervously as if waiting for me to turn him down. For Groza and the others, Mei Ling is more like family than just a companion. The same goes for me too. Still, I don't plan on changing my mind, and I don't plan on intervening with Mei Ling's own decision.
この仕事が終わったら。
Mei Ling appears confused for a moment, but she reacts quickly and gets nervous again.
第11局の本当の目的はやはりメイリンのスカウトでしょう。
まだ要請すら出していないよ、指揮官。 ただ新メイリーさんにはぜひ第11局に入ってもらいたいと思っている。
私が第11局に。
It may or may not be the thought that her parents once worked there that comes to her mind, but Mei-ling looks both expectant and troubled.
返事は今すぐじゃなくていい。じっくり考えなさい。今回は職業体験だと思えばいい。返事はその後で聞こう。
After soothing Mei-ling's emotions, Dr. White turns to me to ask for my thoughts.
指揮官はどう思っているのかね。
悪い話ではありません。ただやはり本人の意思が一番大事ですね。メイリンはどう思う？
それは。
This is your decision after all, Mei-ling. Only you can make it.
まだわかりませんよ。エルモ号の仕事もまだいっぱい残ってますし。その指揮官だって私がいなければ困るでしょ。だからもう少しエルモ号にいてあげてもいいというか。
Yeah, somebody cleaned out the rack. She speaks with no small amount of apprehension in her voice as she looks back and forth between Dr. White and me, but I detect a little bit of something resembling anticipation in her eyes. I suddenly begin to wonder if Mei-ling is looking forward to a potential new life, or something else altogether. Dr. White slowly begins to speak, as if he has intuited what's on my mind.
指揮官、エルモ号は今各国からテロ組織と認定されている。客観的に見てメイリンは今いてはならないところに身を置いている。だから我々もこのように動いた。
Clearly, they've done their research. I must admit that his perspective is correct. If I were in their place, I would do the same.
確かに私もメイリンを巻き込むことを望んでいません。メイリンさえ良ければ意味はありません。彼女の人生です。
I turn to look at Mei-ling, and she appears surprised for some reason as we lock eyes. A little wounded almost. That's why I only nod in encouragement toward her decision.
大丈夫だメイリン。君のしたいようにすればいい。もし第11局に馴染めなかったらまたエルモ号に帰ってくればいいさ。
なんで。待ってください指揮官。私はまだ行くとは言っていません。
故郷に帰ってみたくないのかい、メイリン。
She falters again at the question.
帰ってもいいんだよメイリン。
指揮官、今回はただ仕事を手伝いに来ただけって。なんでこれじゃまるで少しぐらい引き止めたって指揮官にとって私は。
Oh no, she's starting to cry. Maybe she wanted me to advise her on the matter. I don't want her to make any decisions based on her emotions on the moment, or be tied down by my influence. Telling her about the other options she has at an appropriate time might help her see what she really wants more clearly. As someone already used to working on the Elmo, experiencing the 11th Bureau will no doubt be beneficial.
メイリン、君はまだ若いんだ。
As Mei-ling takes a heavy breath in, Groza breaks through the silence.
それでメイリーはホワイトさんの手伝いに行くの？
この後のダンスパーティーはどうすんの？
私が休暇に来たんじゃ。
Her voice suddenly freezes over. Her voice has never sounded so frail, not even after 7 months of overtime! Commander, what are you doing? Leaving me with a burning stare that seems to convey 1,000 words, she suddenly turns and runs towards the 11th Bureau's engineers. Even Dr. White raises an eyebrow in surprise. I gave the elderly man a pleading look, one that he instantly understands. Regardless of what prompted Mei-ling to act so petulantly, I still hope that Mr. White will take good care of her.
じゃあ私たちはダンスパーティーに行こうか。
As much as it still hangs in my mind, Mei Ling appears to have made her decision already. I clear the thoughts from my head and place my hand on Groza and Krolik's shoulders to assuage their anxiety. Our goals here have not changed. Another story node! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh god, we're not going to clear this in one stream, are we? Well, this sucks. Double blind tango. Nobody knows each other's trump cards under their masks.
指揮官、これイエローエリアではあまり食べられないものですよ。
そんなにいちいち驚かなくても。
The tables are draped in exquisite lace, a luxury that feels wholly out of place compared to the harshness outside. Suomi picks up the arranged cutlery and cake on the table and presents it to me.
指揮官も一つどうですか？さっきから元気がないようですが。
The chocolate garnish on the cake's cream looks incredibly rich under the room's light, and the dessert's aroma draws my mind away from the events of a few moments ago. Suomi stands on her tippy toes, trying to deliver the cake to my mouth.
それじゃいただきます。
I lower my head to accept the offering from Suomi. It is only now that I notice that she's wearing a mask that looks rather out of place on her.
で、その仮面はなんだ？
もうなんで笑うんですか？似合ってませんか？
We discovered these masks in the gift boxes left for us in our hotel rooms. By coincidence or otherwise, everyone managed to find masks that fit them, saving us the trouble of having to shop for them. Groza found a warning upon the bottom of the boxes writing, "Beware of trickery." It was obvious enough that the gift giver was not the individual I thought it was, leaving plenty to chew on for the mind. Unfortunately, the present moment required my undivided attention as the banquet was about to begin. Suomi covers the mask on her face with a hand and turns to the also masked Krolik.
キャロリックさんはちゃんと似合っているのに。
はあ？どう見てもあんたの方が似合ってるでしょうが。
そうですか？似合ってるなら。
Suomi lets out a long sigh of relief after receiving Krolik's affirmation.
あら、仮面をつけていないなんて失礼ね。
Groza's crisp voice suddenly rings in my ears. Her familiar pair of hands fits a mask akin to theirs onto me from behind.
私もこれをつけるのか？
I turn to Groza after she's done adjusting my hair and mask. Her eyes seem to be glittering, and it is only then that I remember how at home she is in such occasions, no less than how she is on the battlefield. However, I've had precious few opportunities to see her like this in the past 8 years she's been with me.
みんなつけているのだから、ここはちゃんと合わせないと。
Groza's looking very, much more beautiful. I mean, she's always beautiful, but you know what I mean. She whispers gently and naturally wraps herself around my arm.
そういえば、今日は姉という設定だったわね。
She begins to loosen her grip around my arm, but I grasp a hold of her.
それじゃ後で一曲踊らないか、姉さん。
Groza appears rather satisfied with this role play. She gives me a smile so gentle I could swear she's my real sister, who's taken care of me for many years.
しょうがないわね。
My other arm is snatched by another familiar pair of hands.
その一緒にお姉様と座ろうか。
Ulra's acting is noticeably less natural. The blushing on her face betrays her inexperience in being someone's partner. For some reason, she tugs at me and tries to drag me toward her side. Groza catches on and increases the force she's applying to me as well, putting me in a rather difficult position. Before I can make a step, a rather conspicuous man wearing no mask appears before me. He grasps a glass of wine in his hand. His entire figure looks like it's wrapped in gold.
ようこそおいでくださいました。
He approaches with his arms expanded in an exaggerated manner, examining me from head to toe. I'm hit by the potent smell of cologne, which embodied an invasive sort of luxury.
なんとそのスーツはイエローエリアでは買えないものですね。とても気に入りました。今宵は あなたが唯一の主役です。あなたの存在で全てがより一層輝く。いや、唯一無二のトマトキング。
I can't believe that's an actual title. He even upgraded my title for me. The title still sounds rather silly though. Is that just how brokers do it?
さて、会場の雰囲気はどうでしたか？
正直な感想が聞きたいですか？
遠慮する必要はありませんよ。
いいパーティーですが、私がサルデーニャ島で参加したものと比べたら少し物足りませんね。
Sardinia.
スパのない会場など最上級のパーティーの名にふさわしくありません。
What the hell are you talking about, man?
だけどこのホールは気に入ったわ。ここまでの人数を収容できて、なおかつ窮屈に感じないなんて。
Rose's attention is focused on the center of the stage. Judging from the attendees' garb, chances are that many of them are not locals of Mokosh, like us.
グリーンエリアの遊びに慣れておられますな。ですが、ここはイエローエリアです。スパはありませんが、それ以上の娯楽を提供してみせましょう。ここには世界中の闇ブローカーたちが集まっています。それだけモコシの名をかけているというわけです。
もちろんモコシの名はかねがね伺っております。本当に私の商売にふさわしい場所だといいですが。
それでこそです。唯一無二のトマトキングには唯一無二のモコシこそふさわしい。決してあなたを失望させることはありません。
He's right. The Yellow Zone's circumstances force people to congregate together. The intermittent collapse storms, elids that strike at the most inopportune times, Bar Yager's muscles, each a sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of those living here. Survival is only possible by coming together. However, surviving is not the same as prospering. Mokosh's abundance is all the more impressive, considering the Yellow Zone's desert-like conditions, with its radiation-blasted surface, non-existent foliage, and groundwater stuck many hundreds of meters underground.
荒れ果てた大地の中で咲く一輪の花みたいだな。
George looks at Ulrich approvingly. His mouth turns upward slightly as his pride spills forth, but not before a touch of unease slips out.
まさしくその通りです。よく勘違いされることではありますが、このモコシはここまで伸びたのではなく、今も伸び続けているのです。
どうやらまだ大きな野心があるようですね。
もちろん、だからこそ私は常に人脈を広げようとしています。ここだけの話ですが、最近ホワイトエリアの投資家からも話が来ていますよ。
素晴らしい心意気です。イエローエリアなど所詮汚染された土地だと思っている者が多くいます。だからこそ私やあなたのようなものが生まれるんです。
やはり私の目に狂いはありませんでした。きっと今宵は非常に愉快な夜になるでしょう。
He offers me a toast, and I bring my glass to meet his.
スオミとキャロリックはお腹が空いているようだ。とりあえず席に案内してもらえないだろうか。
たく、なんで私が子供みたいに。
静かにしてください。
そうですね。案内してもらえないでしょうか、ジョージさん。
無論私が案内させていただきますよ。
そういえば先ほどの秘書さんは来ていないのですか？
I look behind him. His secretary and her distinctive garb are nowhere to be seen.
シーヤのことが気に入ったのですか？残念ながら彼女はこういう場面が苦手でね。それにあなたほどの客人ともなれば私自らもてなすのが当然でしょう。ご理解いただけましたかな？
そうですね。楽しみにしています。できれば愉快な商談になりますように。
George smiles and declines to answer. He bows slightly and gestures for us to follow.
今回のお見積もりはこちらになります。そして我々が提供する物資やサービスの明細はこちらに。
George passes everyone a checklist of goods and pricings. They spot a wide and abundant variety of materials available under numerous categories. Even his stock taking dates and numbers are laid out clearly, with prices and the services available labeled in detail. This would indeed fulfill the Dahl community's requirements. If the figures here aren't falsified, they would be sufficient to provide a stable supply to the Dahl community even if expanded threefold. The demands for crops here are satisfactory too. I even consider the possibility of sectioning off some more land to turn into fields. However, the sum on offer here cuts a hard deal, risking no real profits or even losses if anything goes awry with logistics.
これは
Unsurprisingly, her hand begins to tremble slightly when she sees the figures. I decide to ask for further details before she loses grip of herself.
ジョージさん、見積書の数字に間違いはないでしょうか？
もちろん作成にあたって何度もチェックが入っています。
His smile remains as brilliant as ever. He produces a fountain pen, noticing this and that on the pages.
イエローエリアでは数学が苦手なものも多くてね。見積書には分かりやすい図表も添付させていただいていますよ。
問題はそこじゃないわ。
I stop Rosa before she goes any further, gesturing at the number at the bottom of the checklist.
私たちは遠路はるばるサルヌイ南部から来ました。それにしてはあまり誠意を感じられない値段になっています。
ああ、値段ですか。確かにいまいち心が。我々の供給先はセシト&ファルベングループなどのホワイトエリアの大手会社になります。なので品質にはうるさくてね。この値段でもだいぶギリギリです。
ホワイトエリアの大手会社？何バカなこと言ってんの？
それは面白いですね。セシト&ファルベンと取引を。
Ah, that name again. Sektfaben. Perhaps this is the true reason behind Mokosh's poverty.
もちろん我々はファルベングループと長期間業務提携しています。なのでホワイトエリアの品質が我々の基準です。あなた方の農産物にその値段を出したのもそのためです。もちろんもう少し譲歩していただければこちらも何かと便宜を図ることができます。
Obviously, he has no intention of clarifying what that means.
この値段でさらに譲歩するなんて。
譲歩なんてご冗談を。輸送コストも考えて正直これの3倍の値段を提示してもらわなければ話になりません。
George's face contorts as if struck by a hefty blow. He appears visibly shaken, though it is clearly just an act.
いやはや、そちらこそさすがに冗談が過ぎるのでは。
お互い様でしょう。こんなふざけた見積もりを見せられては。モコシの農産物の平均価格についてはすでに調べてあります。正直なところ、あなたたちがこの見積もりの5倍の値段を提示しても十分収益が見込めるはずです。
それこそリサーチ不足なのではありませんか？
He pretentiously moves to take back the papers he handed us, but I smile and stop him.
公平公正な取引が私のモットーです。
誰しもそう言う。しかし、モコシュ全体の決算が赤字続きなのもまた事実です。私とて農業について全くの素人というわけではありません。
つまり、私たちの商品に不満があると。
George scans the security present at the venue. The weapons in the hands of the Mokosh Oatsworn cannot be compared to haphazardly assembled civilian firearms. And it's apparent that he's considering coming to deal some other way.
不満というかなんというか、実はもう一つ提案がありましてね。
抱き合わせの契約か？そんな要望を受け付けるつもりはないぞ。無理なら私たちは帰ります。
I stop the red-faced Ulrid as she suddenly rises from her chair. I continue to communicate with George, trying to see this cooperation through, no matter what.
抱き合わせはあまり好きではありませんが、一応話は聞きましょ
う。よろしい。ではこれもここだけの話ですが、実は最近人形に興味がありましてね。
Uh-oh, the music suddenly switched.
人形?
All the dolls sitting with me react in different ways at the mention, and Suomi fails to stay silent.
人形です。ホワイトエリアの金持ちの中では流行っているみたいでね。人間と同等の権利を与えて、時間をかけて徐々に人間らしく育てるというのが、全く
His eyes glitter in the same way that they did when he first met me, as if talking about the deal of the century.
モコシュにもそういう産業があってもいいと最近思いまして、売り物にすることもできれば働かせることもできる。実に素晴らしいと思いませんか?
I see Yor ball her hand into a fist.
そんなことよりも、まずは信号灯でも修理した方がいいと思いますよ。それに、人形産業はそう簡単に参入できるものではありません。特にイエローエリアで人形を維持するには。
He only grows more and more excited as we speak, seemingly keen to settle a deal on this matter with me right here and right now.
コストがかかるでしょ。部品が多くて壊れやすくて電気代もバカにならない。しかしそこを何とかすればこれ以上の儲け話はありません。
George activates a device on the table and projects forth an image. He wasn't lying when he said that he often talks business here. The subject matter he presents us with, though, is nothing but unnerving. Oh no, it's this music! The outskirts of the Marley power plant.
具体的な座標はここでは教えられませんが、この場所に多くの人形が集まっているという情報がありました。全員主のない人形です。どうですか？私とあなたが協力すれば、ここを制圧、管理することは造作もない。
Uh-oh! Is he trying to force our hand?
共に新しい事業を始めてみませんか?
In the corner of my eye, Aura's face grows almost ashen. I understand how she's feeling, but in this moment...
正直な話、いくら農産物の品質が良くてもね、ここにいる者にとってそれは贅沢です。食生活が少し良くなったところで何の意味もありません。それに、もしこの話に乗ってくれるのでしたら、農産物の方ももう少し努力してみます。もしいい感じの人形を捕まえることができたら、きっとホワイトエリアの方でいい値がつくでしょうね。
George continues to put forth ideas, fanning the flames of Ulrid's fury. Her hand lightly trembles as I hold it with mine.
ジョージさん。
申し訳ございません。
Before I can rise to my feet, a shadow casts its shade in front of me, and I hear the sound of glasses falling over with a clatter. A scarlet red liquid mixed with ice spills all over my clothing.
おいおい、客人になんて失礼な。そのスーツは高級品だぞ。
George reprimands the attendant with a surprise on his face, but the lack of surprise in his voice and his smug smile betray his true thoughts. Is he upset that I dress so well?
申し訳ございません、ジョージ様。それにお客様もすぐにお片付けいたします。
Is that Lorelei? The attendant apologizes as she anxiously wipes away at my stained clothes with a towel, but she only makes the alcohol spread as she wipes, making my appearance even more unkempt. I think the sudden movement I made to stand up might have scared the attendant pouring wine for me, which caused her to spill the wine all over my suit. Thankfully, that incident snapped me back to reality too.
大丈夫。あとは自分でするよ。
そういうわけには参りません。今すぐお着替えを用意いたしますので、少々お待ちください。
Why does the attendant's voice sound so familiar?
君はもしかして。
The attendant swiftly gathers her things and runs off before I can finish my question.
グローザ、ウルリドのことを頼んだ。キャロリックはすぐ見よ。
はい。
パーティーはまだ終わっていませんよ。とは言っても、その服だともうパーティーどころではありませんね。
His tone is overwhelmingly apologetic, but I sense that deep down he would love to see me embarrassed.
そうですね。少しだけ失礼させていただきます。その間、家族をよろしくお願いします。
I gesture at the still expanding stain on my clothing. George leaves it at that and allows me to leave. I move quickly to try and chase after that attendant.
やつを捕らえろ。
待ってくれ。
I end up moving in quite a significant distance from the dining table without realizing it. I only spot the attendant once I approach the dance floor, her silhouette distinct amidst the crowd of people clad in formal attire.
こんなに人がいるのに私だけを追いかけるなんて。
There is no doubt, this voice is someone I'm familiar with. I stay on her tail and eventually arrive in an area thronging with guests. The clamoring around me grows, and the oath sworn on security appear to notice something and prepare to move.
これが目的だったのか。
指揮官があまりにも周りを見ていないから。
Wow, short hair Lorelei in a suit. I would have liked this too. I fend off the other guests gesturing me with nods, but my attention remains fully focused on her.
君はここで何をしている？
それは秘密ね。もう少し近寄ってこないと教えてあげられないわ。
She turns around without another word and continues to leave. Short hair Lorelei. Ah! Hello there. Wait, isn't your suit ruined?
待て。
Hello there.
相変わらずね、指揮官。
君は久しぶりだな。DSR-50。
Damn. She moves fast.
喋らないで。私に合わせて。
She is down bad.
あなたが一番欲しいもの。Hot damn!
Jesus.
じゃあ私はここで今度ゆっくり話しましょう。
What's in the handkerchief? As DSR-50 leaves, I mull over what she has left me with. A key with an unknown purpose and the coordinates she lightly muttered straight into my ear.
どうかしましたか？
I stick out like a sore thumb on the dance floor by myself, and the Oathsworn quickly latch onto me as DSR-50 slips through their fingers.
いや、ワインをこぼしてしまった。着替えてくるよ。
After dealing with the Oathsworn on patrol, I find a set of clothing in my sizes left by someone in the dressing room. Among the clothes is a simple note, making it obvious that these have been left for me. I return to the hall with a brisk walk after making myself presentable again. Dwarves welcome me back with a smile.
おやおや、もしかして衛兵のお世話になってしまったのですか？
I'm in no mood to explain my experiences to him. I slowly begin to speak after ensuring that Ulrich and Groza are still safe.
ジョージさん、先ほど提示された条件ですが、前向きに検討させてください。
I stop her with a gesture of the hand.
賢明な判断です。
George appears pleasantly surprised.
ただ、まだこちらで確認しておかなければならないことがありますので、しばらく時間をください。
もちろん、時間はいくらでもあります。ゆっくり目視をお楽しみください。
正直言って、今日いろいろ見てきたところ、目視で野菜を売るのはあまりいい商売じゃないと感じました。名の知れた貿易都市なのに、みんな食に無頓着すぎます。
I offer him a toast, but he furrows his brow somewhat as if he's been jabbed at.
それは失礼いたしました。今日はまだ他に商談がありますので、お見送りは遠慮させていただきます。
行こう、グローザ。
I hear George speak in a different, deeper voice the moment I turn to leave. It appears that he has yet to find that strange attendant. And so Lorelei makes her appearance in the story. Red Onion. She whether she wills it or not. She is compelled to recall it anyway.
DSR-50 の情報だと、ここで間違いないはずだ。
We find an excuse to leave the ball before its conclusion. George fails to locate DSR-50 before we leave, and we quickly arrive at the coordinates provided under the cover of night.
普通の工場にしか見えませんが。
The factory appears perfectly mundane and unimpressive from the outside. Its internal workings are impossible to deduce, with a high-voltage electric fence surrounding its perimeter.
情報は確かだよね。
指揮官、その DSR-50 というのは一体何者だ？
簡単に言えばグリフィン時代の同僚ね。
Unsurprisingly, mistrust remains in Rose's tone. With no memories of her time at Griffin, I had to tell her about the bare basics.
ただ、もう10年も消息がなかったから。
心配していることはわかる。正直私も彼女の本当の目的はわからない。
それで来てみたのはいいが。
何にせよ、何もないよりはマシだ。
偽情報の可能性は？
偽の情報でもうまく利用すれば何かの突破口になるかもしれない。だからやはりここの実情を調べた方がいい。
ジョージの真意が分かれば、私たちにとってもモコシュの住民にとってもいいことになるはずだ。
とにかく行ってみましょう。指揮官は私の後ろに。
Groza grasps the key I received from DSR-50, attempting to use it on the security system at the entrance. The security systems allow us through with a series of notification sounds. Groza takes a point to rush through the door and into the factory.
ウルリドは私と一緒に来てくれ。キスオミとキャロリックは外での見張りを頼む。何かあったらすぐに連絡を。
Time is tight. We've got no way of knowing how long our access will last, so uncovering whatever hidden intel is contained here as soon as possible is our first priority.
了解。
はい、気をつけてくださいね。
分かったわ。早く行きなさい。
The temperature of the interior is notably different from the outside, and a control panel on the wall shows that the insides are being kept at a consistent 18 degrees Celsius. The factory's regulations and procedures here were emphasized to us many times as we entered, even though we had no intention of observing them.
指揮官、見てくれ。
これは
I follow Ulrid's gaze and spot a mechanical arm packaging a transparent bottles. There are countless each such production lines on the factory floor, which spans many thousands of square meters.
製薬工場みたいね。しかもこの規模の大きさだ。さっき制御台のリストを確認したところ、これらの薬品はセシュト&ファルベンに提供されている。
I flip through the shelves next to me, and I find ingredient barrels marked with Fabin's logo arranged in tidy rows. The screens nearby display quality inspection reports that appear incredibly professional.
昨日ジョージの言っていたことは嘘じゃなかったみたいだな。ウルリド、生産日誌がないか探してみてくれ。
すでに見つけている。確認して後で内容を報告する。
I approach the production lines with Grosset, trying to discern the contents of the bottles.
指揮官、これはセシュト&ファルベンのロゴで間違いないわ。
本当にホワイトエリアの大企業と業務提携しているんだな。道理で成長するわけだ。中身を判別できないか。
ここでは無理ね。オーダーメイド品みたいだから市販のものとは違う。
サンプルを集めて後で調べてみよう。ついでに倉庫の方も見ておきたい。
了解。
As Grosset and Ulrid busy themselves with examining the produced material and production logs, I begin to walk towards the hydraulic press behind the cold storage unit.
あっちを見てくる。
After receiving a response, I make straight for the area behind the storage unit. As expected, a secret path is hidden behind the hydraulic press.
おっと。
As I descend the hidden path, I find no secret base or warehouse, but an entrance to the sewers instead.
おかしいな。
That's not something worth hiding behind machinery. I turn around towards the cold storage control panel. I don't have any dull skill in hacking with me, but the thought of DSR-50's intel suddenly pops into my head.
試してみよう。
Surprisingly, the control panel opens with a turn. It seems DSR-50 prepared a temporary key for me, because the key doesn't have a employee name tied to it.
秘密を覗き見するには十分か。
Just as I focus on examining the contents, Ulrid's excited voice rings out.
指揮官、こっちに来てくれ。
何か分かったのか？
I emerge from the cold storage and go over to Ulrid. A series of numbers are marked on the production log Ulrid is examining. The lights above us illuminate the pages as we flip through them, making the marks harder to see. This log might as well be a lead left especially for us.
原材料と生産数が全然合わないな。それから従業員の数も怪しい。
従業員の数？
ああ、人員の入れ替わりが激しいが、それでもここの従業員数は500人前後となっている。
500人？だがここまで来て従業員なんて一人も見なかったぞ。
Exactly. I suddenly remember something, and I call out to Groza as she finished the task at hand.
グローザ、この工場は
全部機械による自動生産よ。
Where are the workers then? Another thought comes to mind.
ウルリド、こっちに来てくれ。このリストをどう思う？
一部だけだが、これは離職した従業員のリストで間違いないな。どうしてこんなものが？
わからない。だがきっと何かの手がかりになる。念のためにコピーして持ち帰ろう。
わかった。
この工場の生産許可は調べたか？
I asked for an update from Groza as Ulrich proceeds with copying the list.
調べたわ。確かにここは製薬工場として登録されている。
We looked down at the products we took off the line just a moment ago. No matter how you look at them, they're nowhere close to vaccines.
グローザ、今ここにあるのはワクチンだと思うか？
思わないわね。せいぜいもしかしたらあるかもしれないって程度。
やっぱりここは怪しいな。
Considering Ulrich's discoveries just a moment ago, I pick up the bottle on the table again.
指揮官、何をするの？
I don't make a fuss, and I hand the medicine to Groza considering how worried she is.
大丈夫。中身を軽くチェックしてみるだけだ。この間メイリンに装置を作ってもらったから。
I demonstrate its uses simply. Groza learns quickly, and she pays careful attention to the vapors as she inserts the medicine into the device that I brought. Unsurprisingly, some of the contents are unidentifiable, but from what we can analyze,
これって。
the substance ignites a certain deja vu in Groza. She observes it closely in detail without a hint of fear, and she even removes a portion of it from its packaging. Similar and perhaps not the way to put it. A partial familiarity would be more accurate. A considerable amount of Erdis was seized in the amusement park after we rescued Florence, and this substance before us is stunningly similar to that.
エウティスに似ているだろ。
Just as I find myself surprised at how in sync Groza and I are, I find a strange look on Groza's face.
いや。
Uh-oh. It's a look I've seen before. Her eyes drop in and out of focus, and it's a clear sign that her neurocloud is overloading like it's about to crash. It would be difficult for her to even answer a simple question in her current state.
赤い。
Red? There's no time to think. If something were to happen to Groza here, no, that's not something I'll allow.
グローザ、しっかりしろ。
どうかしたか？
グローザ。
The answer I was expecting doesn't come from Groza, but the ear-splitting shriek of an alarm.
なんだ。
まずい、見つかった。
I look at the access control system. Everything there seems normal, and there's no indication that we have breached it. In contrast, a huge red warning light is flashing over at Ulrich's end. Sure enough, our attempt to copy the data has triggered the alarm. The sound of footsteps approach from afar. There's approximately 10 of them, judging by the sound. I look down at Groza again. Her lips tremble gently, like she might be returning to normal.
指揮官。赤い玉ねぎよ。
Red onion?
私の最後の任務。
何？
The name of the specter haunting Groza becomes clear.
思い出したみたい。
Her voice trembles, but not with excitement. It's evident from the empty look in her eyes that she's already thoroughly incapable of processing anything. I need to take Groza back as soon as possible.
わかった、グローザ。このことは戻ってからゆっくり聞く。
指揮官、敵が来る。
ウルリド、スオミとキャロリックに連絡してくれ。撤退準備だ。
わかった。
クローザ、まだ動けるか？
She turns stiffly toward the sound of my voice, and she opens and closes her mouth in an attempt to try and answer me. Even getting a single answer out is a tremendous task for her.
なんとか。
She shakes incessantly. I don't know what she's remembering or what she's seeing, but the dark depths of her eyes lies helplessness, confusion, and the will to resist. It took a massive effort for Groza just to utter those two words. Immediate retreat is our best option.
撤退する。
了解。
Alright. Eliminate all enemies? Oh, that's like the opposite of retreat. Oh, they have freaking perfect defense. That's no fun.
砕け散れ。
まだ降参しちゃダメ。
一緒に遊ぼう。
Ow.
指揮官、早く乗って。
無事で何よりだ。
グローザ、さっきは何を思い出したんだ？
I help her into the car. I place her in a comfortable position and try to ask her about what happened. It's clear that she's in no condition to do anything. It must have been a real struggle for her to push through a battle in that condition. I can't help but feel worried.
悪い。今は答えなくてもいい。とにかく休んでくれ。
She struggles to speak.
言ってくれ。
血
Her hands quiver.
血が手に体中に全部火薬の匂い。
I can clearly feel everyone in the car catch their breath at these words.
グローザ、今の君に血はついていない。
違う。いや。指揮官。近づかないで。危険だから。
Dangerous. I stare at her face, hoping to peer into what she's seeing in her mind. Her eyes are filled with terror as her hands shake constantly, the illusion of something on her hands taking over. All I can do is tightly clasp her hand in the hopes that her condition will stabilize.
グローザ、聞け。君が何を見たとしても、それは本当のことじゃない。
指揮官。
She stops answering me and only grasps my hand tightly. She gradually relaxes before she falls into a peaceful sleep on my shoulder. I know the most about Gross's situation out of anyone. For a long, long time, despite her best efforts, her neural cloud has been in turmoil. She's good at keeping herself together, but I can hardly just sit and watch. Part of the reason I brought her out was so she could relax a little. More importantly,
さよなら。指揮官。
sayonara, Shikika. Gross's resolve back then was so stark and absolute, but she would never reveal anything to me no matter how I asked her afterward. Now a possibility reveals itself. Danger. Just what did Gross experience with Red Onion? There's no way I'm going to leave her like this by herself, especially if the reason is over something like that.
辛いことを思い出させてしまったな。ここにいる間ぐらいは楽に過ごさせてやりたかったが。
Even if she might not be able to hear me, I mutter lightly. She doesn't answer.
もう大丈夫だ。まずはどこかに隠れよう。他のことは一つ一つ調べていけばいい。ソミ、運転を頼んだ。
Thea.
ボスに指揮官が見つかったと。
おとなしくしてなさい。治療中です。そんなに頑張ってもボーナスは出ませんよ。ジョージさん、シーヤです。はい、客人は見つかりました。現場を確認しましたが、生産日誌、出荷リスト、生産許可などに関するデータが持ち出された痕跡がありました。それから赤い玉ねぎも2つ持ち出されたようです。
Thea's emotionless face twitches almost imperceptibly when she hears the response from the other end of the call. Her left brow raises ever so slightly, like the shift of a single pixel in a video game.
今すぐにですか？いいえ、ただ退勤まで残り1時間程度しかありません。1時間以内でですか？
She subconsciously runs her hands over an accessory she wears. In comparison to her usual demeanor, this act is almost ridiculously cute. She appears to calculate something for a moment. She gives a definite answer after a mere few seconds.
わかりました。残り52分30秒ですね。
Down to the second.
戦場は片付いた。皆の者、よくやったな。
She will work her allotted time and not a second longer. Truly admirable. Drug-fueled dive. The shadow of a pill separates an illusion of joy from painful enslavement. To avoid the Oathsworn's pursuit, we race along the road after escaping the factory.
指揮官、 追ってきているのは衛兵隊です。もしかしてまた指名手配されたのですか？
結構やらかしたからね。あいつらが出てくるのもおかしくない。
とりあえず振り切ろう。
指揮官、こんなことして大丈夫なのか？
Sure it is.
どうせなら潔く戦った方がマシよ。逃げ続けてもどうにもならないわ。
どっちにしろ商売はもう無理だな。
まだそんなこと考えてたの？昨日の夜でもう無理に決まってたじゃない。
でももともとそのために来たわけですし。
the tomatoes really didn't do anything wrong. You're so right, Suomi. Suomi furrows her brow in a sulky manner, as if sad on behalf of those beautifully cultivated vegetables. The brief period of rest seems to have done her good. As weak as Groza still appears to be, she's at least capable of speaking with me normally now. A foreign signal introduces itself to our communication systems.
DSR-50
覚えていてくれて嬉しいわ。
DSR-50。
ええ、だけど今はローレライという名前よ。指揮官にもできればその名前で呼んでほしいわ。
わかった。ローレライ、君の手がかりであの工場に行ったが、もうジョージに発見された。おそらく今はお尋ね者だ。
お尋ね者なんて全然慌てているようには聞こえないわね。もしかしてこういうのはもう慣れっこ？
人聞きの悪い。目的はわからないが、私に情報をくれた時からこの状況を予想してたのだろう。ジョージについて知ってること全部教えてくれ。
通信をかけたのはこっちなのに。この10年間意外と強気になったわね。でもそういうのは好きよ。
She's down horrendous.
わかった。何か言いたいことがあればまた後で聞くから。
はい、後で。
This call suddenly begins to break down before I can hear what Lorelei has to say.
もしもし。
A sudden series of explosions cut the call short before it finishes.
肝心な時に。
No one would ever know how desperately I want to hear her finish that sentence at the moment.
指揮官、気をつけてくれ。
何が起きてるの？
後ろのあいつ、この街を丸ごと爆破する気よ。
待って、指揮官、あっちにも人が。
衛兵隊か。こんな大掛かりで私たちを追っているのか。
Isn't this a bit much?
わからない。もしかしたら別の誰かが騒ぎを起こしているのかもしれない。
あっちこっちで騒ぎが起こるなんて物騒にも程があるわね。
Yes.
いや、あの時の強盗犯みたいな連中ならこんな武器を持っているはずがない。
こんなことがよく起こるのなら非常食の需要があると思いますけど。
She's still thinking about the vegetables.
だから商売の話はもういいって。
指揮官、指示を。
グローザ、無理するな。
Bullets whiz by at blinding speed. The formerly raucous Marcus instantly devolves into chaos as sparks cover the entire street, consuming everything with a price tag on it. A grenade from somewhere explodes not far away.
容赦がないな。
指揮官、後ろに注意してください。
Behind us is an armed force that I almost cannot make out. They're approaching in several vehicles, and they're less than 2,000 meters away.
全員戦闘準備。グローザは
大丈夫。
仕方ない。ウルリド、グローザを援護してくれ。
ああ。
Oh god, these freaking shield guys. I hate these shield guys. Alright, let's do this. Kablami!
逃げられるとでも
Bye.
まだ降参しちゃダメ。
一緒に遊ぼう。
Easy.
戦場は片付いた。皆の者、よくやったな。
Alright. Next one. Phase transition point. The accumulation of tiny variables is enough to trigger a catastrophic shift.
終わったか。
確認してみるわ。
Smoke permeates through the area, filling the space where people were just a few moments ago.
ああ、気をつけてくれ。
それよりも早く離れた方がいいんじゃ。
その前にこいつらが誰の指示で来たのかを確認しておきたい。
周囲の警戒は私がやるわ。急ぎなさい。
I chamber my pistol again and slowly approach the fallen enemies.
やはり
何か分かったのか。
さっきから何か変だと思ったら。
Sect Fabin. I pat them down, but I'm unable to find any signs of affiliation. The weapons they wield, however, contain technology from the White Zones. I think back to the Sect Fabin logo we saw in the factory. A simple, cooperative relationship wouldn't necessitate this degree of support. Not to mention...
指揮官、私も。
こっちは大丈夫だ。近くに逃げ遅れた民間人がいないかを見てきてくれ。
こいつらが衛兵隊じゃなければ、ここまでの騒ぎが起きているのに、連中は一体何をしているんだ。
Perhaps the answer lies in the optics before me. I try another body and search again. This one feels different to the touch.
失礼します。
Uh-oh! Kaboom!
避けろ!
This one managed to slip through. They grip my hand so tightly after pulling the pin on the grenade that my joints begin to creak. All I can do is tell the dolls to spread out.
10秒。間に合いましたね。
グローザー、近づくな、危険だ。あれはジャミンググレネードよ。奴らの目的は指揮官。
The faraway forces become indistinct. The only thing left in my world is the blurred face of this one remaining enemy.
君は。
I finally wrestle the grenade from her grasp as she counts to 3, throwing it away as far as I can. The explosion goes off almost right after, and it throws everything into chaos. I can feel a pair of female arms suddenly lifting me upwards. I instinctively move to free myself, but I suddenly hear a familiar voice.
シーヤ、退勤の時間だよ。
I suddenly remember what George said.
シーヤのことが気に入ったのですか？残念ながら彼女はこういう場面が苦手でね。
終わったか。
さっき何か変な声がしたような。
そんなことはどうでもいい。指揮官は？
Ora looks on in disbelief. The enemy has disappeared along with the commander in a puff of smoke, like some sort of magic trick.
指揮官、どこにいるの？
She fails to hide the panic in her voice as she stumbles back and forth across the battlefield. She searches and searches, looking for any trace of the commander.
指揮官、聞こえているのなら返事を。ソミ、捜索範囲を広げるぞ。
はい。
指揮官、返事して。
Groza tries the last communication channel available to her as the search remains fruitless. The only answer she receives is a deafening silence.
指揮官、指揮官。
The silence she receives in return only amplifies the turmoil in her already unstable neural cloud. Uh-oh.
グローザー、落ち着け。
私が指揮官を守らなかった。
隊長、これは隊長のせいじゃ。
違う、私のメンタルが。 赤い玉ねぎで動揺していなければ。いや、そもそも私に指揮官を守ることなんて。
Uh-oh, she's spiraling. I should have known long ago. I can't protect the commander at all. I'll only ever cause him trouble. I remember it all clearly now. I remember how I hurt those people. But I wanted the commander's warmth for myself. I stopped thinking and settled down by the commander's side, which has led to all of this. The thought that she should have disappeared long ago reverberates through Groza's head. But even someone like me, uncontrollable, dangerous, and full of hidden dangers, with blood-stained hands, was always treated kindly by the commander. Those gentle hands once lifted me up from the ruins.
Groza? どうしてここに？少し味が変だが、まあ大丈夫だ。素体の検査はその気になったらまたやればいい。
He took my hand again and again, until he filled up my empty self with memories of him.
グローザ、相談したいことがあるんだが、今エルモ号には3人しかいないが、今後また人形を招き入れるかもしれない。その時は君に隊長になってほしい。また日の出が見たいのか？いいよ、一緒に見よう。グローザ、君が望むなら真実を見つけ出そう。
指揮官がいなかったら、私は。
The street begins to spin. In contrast to the sheer fullness of the memories of the past 10 years in the depths of her neural cloud, the street before her appears completely empty. She stumbles a few steps further. No matter how she tries to steady herself, the feeling of disorientation in her neural cloud keeps dragging her down. There were many times when she wanted to leave in fear of hurting the commander the same way she hurt others. But now that the commander is missing, Groza feels the sky crashing down on her. Just as she's about to crumple onto the ground, a pair of hands reach out to steady her by her left shoulder. Orod's voice is trembling slightly too. Not far away, the sound of vehicles is approaching. Clearly, more enemies are on their way.
Groza, Somi, Keroric. 指揮官は必ず見つけ出す。だが今はその時ではない。自分たちの身を守らねば指揮官を探すこともできない。
はい、お姉様。
There's no more time for hesitation or explanations. The sounds of enemy footsteps and bullets being chambered happened in quick succession.
Keroric, Groza を守ってくれ。
隊長、私に捕まってて。
There's nothing more important than getting everyone back safely, at least for now.
全員、撤退準備を。
Oh. Cannon deployment. Alright. Where's my actual Groza? Switch to Commander Doll. And unfortunately, yeah. Alright. We're going full physical? Full physical. Alright. That's how it's gonna be. Gotta use my own dolls. Oops. Yuhi. There we go. Let's see. Huh? Oh, there we go. Auto battle sequence. Yuhi first. Then, actually, Lainey, Groza, Ulrid, and Boy Mustina. Evacuate at least 3 dolls. Shouldn't be too hard. Let's go. Kablamo! Either evacuate with 3 or eliminate 4 units. I think which one. I think we all know which one I'm gonna pick. Dance the night away. Who's left? Oh. You guys. Dance, dance, dance. Somehow a Japanese police officer's uniform is very fitting on Boy Mestina. Alright, I think this is a good time for a bathroom break. So, BRB and enjoy the clips. The scuff piece! The scuff piece is real! You can no longer sense a connection with Majima. You must continue onwards with the main story! God damn it! I'm actually being forced to do the main story quest. This is bullshit. How dare you, game? I was having so much fun fighting Majima randomly and catching up with my pocket circuit racing friend. And you had to go and ruin it all.
What's going on with you? What are you talking about?
Mailing. Wait. Is that Coulthney in the back doing a JoJo pose? She's doing the Joseph Joestar pose. Or was that the Jonathan Joestar pose? You can't trust an average 5-star review rating when it's only got like 5 reviews. But something with 10,000 reviews and the average score is 4.3, that's way more trustworthy. Like, sure, it's not a perfect 5, but way more people are vouching for it. Woo Papa, Woo Mama, and little Woo Kun. She's saying she wants all 3 to decorate her room. Sounds like she's just as much of a handful as ever. Sure, that's part of what makes her so cute. She knows just how to get what she wants by whispering it in your ear.
You're gross.
If you had the power we possess, you too could weave the strands of fate to suit your will.
Manny.
What? Yeah, this smells more and more like a scam.
Well, that's unprecedented. How does it work? Really? How? Really, how? How does it work? Is it a scam? Nobody's figured this one out before? You're the first one to figure this out? How much money you had in R&D? This smelled like a bit like a scam. And my family's from a long line of smellers.
Marketable Columbina plushie! I want one. Chat, I want one.
I need it!
Yeah, it's just like, bro, do you actually work for the Yakuza? The fact that your silence is scary!
I can say that I don't work for them right now.
What? What? Chat. Chat, help. This is a joke, right? Chat, please.
Well, apparently Smug Elena is a pick-me for making fun of game journos over the whole Black Myth Wukong fiasco.
Hey. It's always good to make fun of game journos.
Whoa! This is worthless.
Well. Kiryu has never killed anyone. Not a single person. Nope. Never. No. Those waiters kill him. Right? Exactly. See, you know what's up, Kata.
Lose my fucking mind. There are bugs in my room. Are they bugging you? It's pissing me off to no end. So many mosquitoes. They're like little gnats. And the more I kill, the more show up. I got like a Hydra situation going on, and it sucks. That's not good. Shut up, Ganon.
Child.
Whoa.
Boy.
I thought that was a really small...
Child. Boy. Woo! Underground titration. Within the vessels of the city's lifeblood, drops of a rational reagent are subtly shifting the course of the entire reaction.
下水道だったんですか？
はは、心配するな。君の思っているほど悪い場所ではない。モコシュのインフラは少し特殊だから、ここでしか作業できないんだ。
Mei Ling's mind returns to what Dr. White said about the commander yesterday. Mokosh's sun only reaches its surface, but its root deep in the earth still need light to grow, even if that light is borrowed.
なるほど。
Her mind then moves on to how the commander behaved on that day, and her mood takes a bit of a dip.
昨日のことで落ち込んでいるのかね？昨日からずっと上の空だったよ。
あ、いえ、そういうわけじゃ。ただ、あんなことを言われたら誰だって。
そうか。君を引き止めて欲しかったのか、それとも指揮官に全部決めて欲しかったのかね？
私は。
What exactly was she hoping for? She lowers her head to contemplate the question, and she also slows her pace subconsciously.
わかりません。
Rather than not knowing, it's more that she doesn't want to contemplate it. After living together with the commander all these years, she understands that the commander is someone that would only ever grow more distant.
着いたよ。
Mei Ling is taken aback by the sights before her. Amidst an underground labyrinth made up of colossal cement pipes, putrid wastewater sputters from shattered alloy tubes. Above it all sits a completely isolated conveyor system, intact and functioning despite its visible age.
これは地下の輸送路だ。線路には特殊な加工が施されているから、水没しても汚染される心配はない。だが防護服はちゃんと着ないとな。
はい。
Mei Ling steps into the elevator after ensuring that she's properly protected.
こんなものを下水道に立てるなんて。
The elevator ascends approximately 10 meters and arrives at an inoperable centrifuge with machine remnants jammed between its blades.
できないとでも？
Dr. White passes a wrench to Mei Ling. She taps at the centrifuge's base and tries to lift open a cover.
複雑じゃありませんか？まるで巨人の血管みたいになっちゃって。
面白い例えだね。しかし見ての通り、この血管も今や錆びている。それが今のモコシュだ。
どうしてこんな作りにしたのですか？
わからないのかね。普通下水道というのは雨水や汚水を公共用水域に排出するための施設だ。モコシュの下水道は少し特別でね。それはこの町の成り立ちにも関わってくる。
はい、昔のダムを隔離壁代わりにして放射線汚染を。つまりこの下水道はもともとはダムの一部だったのですね。そしてそれらを拡張してできた地下都市が。
その通りだから、放射線除去装置もここにある。
そうでしたか。そんなに大事な場所なのに、どうして上層階のように整備されてないんですか？そもそも上層階ですらあまり整備されているとは言えないのに、この町ってもしかしてまだ建設途中なんじゃ。
なら君から見て、この町を設計したのは一体どんな人だと思う？
Mei Ling takes another look at the complex machinery still functioning in the sewer, raising her head with confusion.
ちゃんと設計してあるはずなのに、なぜか完成に至っていない。変な人ですかね。
言い方は人それぞれだが、おおむねそれで間違いない。私から見た彼は優秀なエンジニアだ。そして 情熱にあふれた理想主義者でもある。
知り合いなんですか？
Was it Mei Ling's dad?
そんなところだ。短い間だったが、私のもとで学問を収めていたこともあった。しかしその後すぐ彼はモコシュに来た。せっかちなやつでね。何かを学んだらすぐ応用したがる。彼がいなければモコシュへの支援も実現しなかっただろう。
その人ってまさかジョージさん。
Dr. White only shakes his head with a smile, giving no direct answer.
ジョージがいなかったらきっと彼が今のジョージの椅子に座っているはずだ。
え、そんなにすごい人だったんですか？
Mei Ling silently thinks to herself that if the talks between George and the commander don't go smoothly, then perhaps this engineer who designed a sewer system this complex could be a way forward.
しかし彼はもうモコシの管理に関わっていなくてね。彼の作ったものもこうして錆びていく一方だ。こんな老いぼれが後始末をしに来るぐらいにな。
老いぼれだなんてまだまだお若いですよ。
よく言う。
でもそんなすごい方なら今頃何をしているんですか？
これが終わったら後で会いに行くつもりだよ。
いいんですか？
ああ、早く会いたければ今はちゃんと手を動かせ。
ふふん、舐めてもらっちゃ困りますよ。もうすぐ終わります。
Show him what you're made of, Mei Ling. Mei Ling pulls out a clump of fiber stuck in the fan blades, and Dr. White immediately plugs a chip into the control panel.
警報？何を入れたんですか？
ちょっとした手土産だよ。さて、ここからは少し面倒だぞ。
私戦闘とかはあまり。
心配するな。全部壊れかけのロボットだ。簡単に対処できる。
それって
抜け道を知っている。そこから行けば追いつかれることはない。
結局逃げるんですか？いい年して元気なものですね。
さっきまだまだ若いと言っていなかったかね。
Yeah! Dr. White. I like this guy. Is it an evacuation mission? No, it's a kill everyone mission. What the hell? Sure. Kaboom! We got this.
あなたの満足げな表情を見ると興奮しちゃう。
Story node. But wait. Take these. Resonance protocol. Different frequencies all harmonize on this moment, creating a resonance that brings down the high tower.
やはりこの資料にある技術は少し時代遅れのようです。比較的廉価な同好管の材料以外、特に収穫はありません。
数十年前の本からここまでのものを引き出せるなんて、君は大したものだよ、バシル。
こんな本でもイエローエリアの集落からやっとの思いで集めてきたものです。解読と検証にも時間をかけました。しかし
The face of the young man named Vasily immediately lights up with hope, and the melancholy from a moment ago is nowhere to be seen.
私はあなたに出会えました。 あなたから学んだものを本にしてイエローエリアのみんなに残します。きっといずれ役に立つはずです。
ずっとここに残ってくれないのかい？
はい、残りたいのは山々ですが、いろんなことを勉強できますし、食べ物も美味しいです。できれば本当はずっとここにいたいです。
My favorite blank noodles and spicy blank? Why are those censored? Why is food being censored?
第8班にはまだ席が残っている。あと 3,4 年経験を積めば転属の許可も下りるだろ
う。お気遣い感謝します。でも私はモコシュに帰らなければなりません。
結局帰るのだね。
あの時モコシュは一度壊滅しかけました。エリットのせいで。
The light leaves Vasily's eyes again as he thinks back to his escape. Before Vasily escaped Mokosh, the place was nothing short of hell on earth. No, perhaps being born and growing up in the Yellow Zone places you in hell already. Oh.
ずっと自分は逃げてきたのではないかと思っていました。
Burdened with barren soil and an inhospitable environment, those living here have to fend off the Elid menace while still suffering from collapse or radiation exposure. However, the value of human resilience and unity shines through in these circumstances. Small settlements eventually form in the Yellow Zones, offering assistance and a united front against the Elids. Most of the times, Elids move by their lonesome. But what if they began to move in groups as well?
2年前、生き袋の群れが私の集落、モコシを襲いました。しかも、それは終わりではありませんでした。エリットが集落の中で伝染し始めて、私は家族や友人たちを助けることができなかったんです。
What could bring more despair than being made to watch powerlessly as darkness descends?
ただ一つだけ幸運なことがあるとすれば、私が感染しなかったことぐらいです。私の友人はこのまま滅ぶの。その時、私の家族や集落のみんなは自分たちの体をパラデウスや闇ブローカーに売ってまで私のために
Fucking Paradise again.
物資と資金を集めました。彼らは自分たちの命を投げ打ったのです。そのおかげで私はここに来ることができました。
だから戻って助けると。
Vasily's mouth twitches and he forces himself to smile bitterly.
助けるなんて私にはふさわしくありません。せいぜい借りを返すぐらいです。あの時私を助けてくれた人たちはきっともういないでしょう。だから本当はもう借りを返すことすらできないのです。だけど今でもモコシュで生きている人たちがいるのなら、私は彼らのことを守りたい。
Dr. White sighs. He considers saying something, but in the end, he only pats Vasily's shoulder.
あまり思い詰めるなよ。せめて君のやりたいことを教えてくれないかね。
私はモコシュに隔離壁を作りたい。それから私はずっと自分で大型の機械を設計したかったのです。
エンジニアなら誰しも夢に見ることだよ。
それだけではありません。もし可能なら生き袋から人を守ることができて、その上で私は多くの犠牲に助けられてきました。だから今度は私がみんなを守る番です。
守る。
支援は必要かね。
支援してくださるのですか。もしそれができるのなら今すぐ上司に手紙を出します。
Is George and Vasily brothers?
少しは遠慮しろ、若造が。そのジョージってのは君の友人なのかね？
はい。
Oh, best friend.
一番の親友です。外の助けを求めてこいと私に提案してくれたのも彼です。
What happened between George and Vasily? Why did George turn out this way? Duran synchrony. Solid alliances are often born behind bars.
お姉様、コミュニティのみんなに連絡がつきました。
バチルダ、ロッタ、ドゥシェーブヌイはモコシュに向かい作戦に参加。リッタラとロザリンはコミュニティに残り、有事の際のバックアップをするように伝えてくれ。
わかりました。
キャロリック、メイリンへの連絡は？
まだよ。どこにいるのかもわからないし、通信もつながらない。それと指揮官も同じよ。
エルム号はどうなっている？
そっちの連絡はついたけど、もうこっちに向かっている小隊がいる。話が伝わるのが早すぎるわ。
404とズッケロも？
ああ、
大丈夫。指揮官さえ見つければ何をしたって。
Groza's suppressed voice comes through like a quivering force through clenched teeth. It sounds completely unlike anything conventionally made by a vocalization module.
この後どうする？
増援が到着次第、各エリアをしらみつぶしに指揮官を探す。今はもうそれしかないわ。
Her gaze doesn't focus on Orid or anyone else present. Instead, she seems to stare off in the distance, into nothing in particular.
直接ジョージに聞いてみるのはどうだ？
むしろそうするべきよ。どう考えてもあいつの仕業でしょうから。
それももちろんやるわ。この身に変えてでもあいつから情報を聞き出す。たとえこのモコシを潰すことになっても。
Her hand reaches toward her weapon almost instinctively. On another day, she would only be on this edge moments before launching an assault.
グローザさん、なんだかいつもと違う気がします。
いつもと違うの？
冷静なのに冷静じゃないというか、その
Intent on killing. The gentleness and fortitude from yesterday is nowhere to be seen, leaving behind only the eyes of a killer.
考えすぎよ。今は指揮官を探すことに集中して。ジョージもずっと姿を見せていない。何かしなければおそらくあいつを見つけることができない。あのホテルはジョージがいつも商談で使ってる場所だから、騒ぎが起きれば出てくるかもしれないわ。
あまりいい案とは言えないな。
でも戦う準備はできているでしょ。
The Oathsworn stand guard not far away. Behind them is the hotel where George held his ball.
まさかこっちから騒ぎを起こすことになるなんて。
郷に行っては郷に従えみたいな。
3時の方向に隙がある。
全員突入準備。
I don't think Groza is in the right headspace. Just the thought. Bye.
まだ降参しちゃダメ。
様、シーヤです。
Oh, Zimmerman? Is she talking to Zimmerman? I caught the bit of that.
指揮官に関する問題で報告に参りました。はい、ジョージの暴走は私の失態です。ですが、あの指揮官も赤い玉ねぎを発見しました。
Is Thea another third gen doll?
分かっております。モコシが取るに足らないデザートであることは、ジョージと協力してうまく処理しておきます。
Her hand latches onto her accessory again. She pauses for around half a second. Then she begins to speak again with hesitation.
その姉のガイアは
The call ends before she can finish. Her busy superior appears to have no time for her questions. Her first attempt to add personal emotions into her work communications had failed. If she had any, that is. Thea remains emotionless as always. She only takes another look at the time.
分かっています。私が行くまでに小隊2つを向かわせて足止めしなさい。ジョージさんの邪魔にならないように。はい。念のためにこちらの確認も。特殊任務小隊第2班です。
That sounds like Ulrid.
任務の進捗に問題ありません。目標。
Or it could be Lorelai.
およそ70分後に
I think it's
地下
Lorelai.
監獄に到着する予定です。はい。もちろん必ず。
戦場は片付いた。皆の者、よくやったな。
Reunion Covenant. Rebuild each other with trust as the foundation.
Hi.
The others on the vehicle seem to pick up on something from the conversation. They all turn toward their superior on the line. I sigh as their gazes slide off of me. Apart from me, there are countless other carefully packaged parcels taking up space, preventing me from properly stretching my limbs.
シーヤさんから新しい指示ですか？まあ、ただの進捗確認だ。なんだ？何か問題でも？
予定通りなら70分で到着します。
She begins to hum to herself a little upon hearing the response. She might have noticed my tired gaze on her, because she throws me a beguiling look through her protective visor. I want to give her an affirmation for our future cooperation, but the bizarre circumstances force me to ignore this ludicrous act of hers. A call from Thea begins to ring on another squad member's terminal.
どういうことだ？
あら、シーヤさんも用心深いわね。
She cuts off the connection in a timely manner before the call goes through. Everyone present catches on to the abnormality and trains their weapons at her.
何者だ？班長ではないな。
侵入者を発見。全員。
She no longer needs to care about her gear with her identity now exposed. Lorelai, who clearly wasn't fond of her disguise anyway, swiftly discards it and reveals the dress underneath, the very same one that I saw at the banquet.
最後まで芝居するつもりだったのに。指揮官、手伝ってくれるわよね。
I'm kind of tied up at the moment, Lorelai. Damn. Good work, cameraman. You know what's up.
指揮官、バレちゃったね。どうする？
バレたのは君だけだよ。私はもともと捕まえられただけだ。
でも、どうせなら私にお姫様抱っこはどうだったかしら？
それよりまずは戦いに集中しよう。
それじゃ、その後の二人だけの世界を楽しみにしているわ。
Like I said, down horrendous. Mandatory deployment. How about you fuck off and I replace it with my own unit? Where's Vector? Vector here.
私があなたを守る。
Yep. Switch you, go. Bye bye. Bang, 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 bang.
られるとでも。変ね。
Dia gets an odd feeling as the call is suddenly cut off. The sensation quickly fades as her call is immediately returned.
シーヤさん、特殊任務招待第2班です。
Lorelei gathers all the enemy's communication terminals and calls back immediately.
はい。任務に問題はありません。およそ60分後、地下監獄に到着します。はい。位置情報は同期しました。さっきのことですか？申し訳ありません。生き袋が出現しましたので、その対処をしていました。すでに問題ありません。どう？
Lorelei casually stows away the terminal on her person, even though there doesn't seem to be anywhere to put it.
ちゃんと偽装できるじゃないか。さっきのはわざと？
シーヤはやっとの思いで指揮官を捕まえたのだから、当然慎重にもなっているわ。なので、私のことがバレるのも時間の問題。それだったらいっそ指揮官と一緒に刺激的な時間を過ごした方がいいんじゃないかって。
She approaches me and leans down, presenting quite the inappropriate view in front of me. I finally know where she stowed away the terminal.
もしかして少し物足りなかったの？
質問がある。
あら、何でもどうぞ。
敵の通信機を使わないとシーヤと通信できないように見えるが。
通信をジャックするといらない面倒事が起きるからね。
Uh-huh. Does removing all those people not create problems? My thoughts almost run away, but I steer myself back onto the important questions at hand.
そうじゃなくて、君は最初誰と通信していた？
作戦終了。帰ろっか。
Give me the cubes. Contractualism. The interim agreement reached for the sake of mutual gain is now the only sole argument for survival.
この酒を再会の喜びと名付けようかしら。
The journey to our destination can hardly be called long, but Lorelei is clearly prepared for the trip. She pours her prepared beverage into a glass and garnishes it with a red flower for a sentimental touch.
ホワイトエリアの個人経営のバーにありそうな名前だ。
Lorelei passes me a cup of the red liquid, its contents looking like a scarlet gem against the moonlight. The drink's rich fruity aromas spill forth, no doubt for the sake of concealing the beverage's high alcoholic content.
でも実際再会したでしょ、私たち。次は指揮官の目の前で作ってあげる。私の部屋でね。
Down horrendous. She chuckles when she notices my hesitance to drink.
安心して指揮官。ちゃんと指揮官の好みに合わせたものになっているわ。全部プロトコルのせいだけれど、本当は昔と同じようにあなたと一緒に。
昔話よりも先に、まずは今の状況を説明してくれないか。10年も待ったのなら、もう少し待ってくれてもいいじゃないか。
相変わらずせっかちね。
Looks like I need to progress the conversation. I have a taste of the liquor. The alcohol scent is damaged spectacularly by the aroma, but its overpowering, almost burning qualities remain intact.
さっきの人形正体はシーヤの直属か？
あら、もう私がいるのに他の子のことを考えるの？
そうじゃない。ただ連中は猛虎士の衛兵隊には見えなかっただけだ。
それなら何に見えたの？
Sect Fabin.
使ってる装備はホワイトエリアのものだった。
I run my fingers over a part I can't discern the purpose of. It's something I picked up from those dolls earlier. I feel the fine texture of the machined metal ridges upon my fingers, and I can clearly make out the part's etched serial number under the moonlight.
ホワイトエリアの人形正体がこんなイエローエリアの田舎町に来るなんて。
Yes. The Sex Fabin logo we saw in the factory flashes through my mind.
全く可能性がないわけではない。
Lorelei chuckles lightly.
それならもっと位の高い人のもとで動いている方が自然じゃないかしら。それこそシーヤではなくジョージの指示に従っているとか。
それも気になっているところだ。シーヤは一応ジョージの秘書みたいだが、実際そこまではっきりとした上下関係ではないように見える。ジョージの部下で定時に退勤できるなんて想像ができない。もしかしたら彼女はファルベンの。
I realize at this point that things may not be so simple.
ロレライ、ファルベンとイエローエリアの町がただのビジネス関係になることはあり得るのか。
ファルベンの規模から考えると、そんなビジネスの収益はもはや事前に近い微々たるものよ。
だろうな。シーヤはおそらくジョージを監視するためにファルベンから送り込まれたものだ。
あらら、面倒なことになったわね。もともと指揮官は野菜を売りに来た。
I just wanted to sell vegetables.
面倒なのは確かだが、幸い今までファルベンとは何かと因縁があってな。
そういう自信があるところは好きよ。
さて、もしそういうことなら、君はどういう立場でここにいる？
もちろん指揮官の立場よ。指揮官もただ遊んで暮らしていればいいというわけではないでしょ。
I came here for business. She's trying to pry my objectives out of me. Her true goal might depend on my answer. I observe her again. I still find no trace of any affiliation on her clothing.
ここは正直に言おう。ローレライ、君にこの交渉は向いていないと思う。
I finish my drink with a swig.
以前も言ったように、私はどちらも選ばない。今さら全ての元凶に頭を下げるわけがない。奴らの望むものは何一つ与えないつもりだ。
他の誰かに助けを求めるというのを考えたことは？
取引ならまだあり得るが、ただで助けてもらえるとは思っていない。まあ、話し合いの余地ならあるとは思っているが。
Her brow twitches and her hand snakes itself up to my shoulder. She gives off a seductive smile.
私にできることはいっぱいあるわよ。その代わりに私の欲しいものもいっぱいあるわ。
例えば、野菜ならいくらでもあるが。
意地悪ね。私は指揮官に協力してそれを何とかできると言っているの。
本当か？今さらジョージとのビジネスが成立するとは思わないが。
モコシュにいるビジネスの相手はジョージだけじゃないわ。
それって？
だから私にできることはいっぱいあるの。
I turn to find Lorelei's face unbelievably close to mine. Her voice is like a captivating song, like a siren drawing me towards some ultimate decision.
それはすごいな。いつからそんなことができるようになったんだ？
指揮官ってお堅いのね。
そりゃ今はそうホイホイと承諾できるような立場じゃないから。
それでも私は諦めないわ。
There's still no identifying symbols to be found on her, even at this distance.
実際私もやらなければならないことが山積みな上に、今は厄介者扱いなので慎重にならざるを得ない。
でも私の仲間になればそれらも全部解決できる。
君は一体。
She presses a finger to my lips.
もちろん今回の事件の裏にあることも含めて指揮官は何一つ心配する必要がなくなるわ。
君たちはそこまでできるのか。
I laugh a little, and she lets her guard slip a bit. Or maybe she's giving away too much too soon because she's in a hurry.
先に言っておくが、私はもう誰かの手先になるつもりはない。
I grab her by the wrist, and she pauses.
どうやらまだ完全に分かっていないみたいね。
もちろんヘレナを渡すようなこともしない。君が何を言おうと私はそれに応えることはできない。
Silence briefly falls over the vehicle's interior, leaving only the sound of the engine and the sound of my breathing. Maybe unaccustomed to the rather lonely sounds around her, Lorelei lets out a silent sigh.
私は自分の手で理想の世界を実現したいんだ。
I speak to her lightly, though I don't know if she understands me. I don't want to be too cold to her because of our different positions. After all, her passion just now couldn't have all been an act, or I wouldn't have been able to grasp the situation so quickly.
指揮官。
ゼリンスキーにはありがとうと伝えてくれ。
ええ。それでも彼は協力してくれると思うわ。
何？
指揮官が自分の道を進むつもりでも。
As expected, Lorelei must have spent the past 10 years at StateSec. I don't know how much her kindness is going to cost me, but I do have need of it at this present time.
それならもう少し要望を言ってみてもいいのかな。
もちろんそういう貪欲さも時にはそそるというか、何かが欲しければどうぞ私に言って構わないわ。
A million ideas swarm into my mind in an instant. The night sky beyond the window is very much like the countless skies I've seen with her. It all comes blending together. Those steady hands I've held firm for a decade up until they began trembling about touching red onion. That pair of hands that still pined for me, moments before Lorelei spirited me away. One thought pushes all others out of my mind at the moment.
赤い玉ねぎのことについてだが。
私がジョージは見つからないし、シーヤにも逃げられたからな。少し心配だ。
Ulrid and Groza finally managed to settle down in the wilderness. Dushev, Naya, and the others have already reached Mokosh, but finding the commander is no simple task. The dolls have separated into pairs and split up. Ulrid made sure that she would be Groza's partner. She's uneasy about pairing Groza with anyone else given the current situation.
そうね。私の存在自体が不安要素だから。
そういう意味じゃない。グローザ、もうそんなことを言うな。君が何を思い出したのかは知らないが、私たちも指揮官も君のことを不安要素だと思うことはない。
Groza lowers her head as if realizing her abnormal condition. After a few seconds, she finally finds it in herself to speak, albeit quietly.
ごめん。もう大丈夫よ。ただ、やはり指揮官のことが。
Groza begins to smile as a thought comes to her, but it hardly paints a pretty picture with her empty eyes.
そういえば、昔ホルの近くで任務をしてた時もこんな感じだったわね。事前の情報に誤りがあって手がかりがなくなって拠点も壊されて、最後は車の中で寝る。寒さをしのぐために私は指揮官に肉のないシチューを煮込んで
A beef stew without the beef. Her head hangs low in dejection.
グローザ、やはり少し休んだ方がいい。君は無理をしている。
Groza shakes her head, rejecting Ulrid's advice outright.
時間がないわ。行きましょう。待ってくれ、グローザ。どうしたの？ドゥシエブヌイとロッタからだ。指揮官に関する情報だ。
Bingo!
それが欲しかった情報なの？
他にも聞きたいことがあるが、今はとりあえずこれだけだ。
そう。そんなに遠慮しなくてもいいのに。指揮官があの工場で見つけたのは、確かにグローザが関わっていた赤い玉ねぎよ。
それがグローザが参加した最後の任務の目標なのか。彼女の言っていた血は何？
文字通り、グローザにとっては決していい思い出ではないわ。
それでも彼女はそうしなければならなかったと。
はい。やっぱり彼女の存在は不安要素だと思うの。
I think back to how Groza looked and what she insisted on reminding me of. I begin to understand how she felt all of a sudden. She's worried that something like that might happen again if she goes out of control. She doesn't want to hurt me or anyone else around her.
私はグローザを信じている。
I feel that there's something more behind Red Onion, but Lorelei doesn't continue. No matter how I press her on the matter, she only deflects with jokes and quips. She turns around and focuses on driving. I can spot a hint of stress hanging on her brow. Perhaps that is the extent of what she can tell me.
そろそろ着くか。
もうすぐモコシュの地下監獄に着くわ。こっち。
そんなに急ぐ必要もないが。近道とは一体。
あら
あら。あらあら。
指揮官、指示をお願いするわ。昔のようにね。
Elids. Alright.
指示を聞かせて。
私があなたを守る。
玉磨かざれば器をなさず。
Bye bye.
まだ降参しちゃダメ。
一緒に遊ぼう。
Oh, now they spawned in.
逃げられるとここからが本番よ。
楽しませてあげる。
Bleh.
今だ。トイデザイナーの力なめないでくれる？
Toys. Alright, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey, we're getting through this quicker than I thought. 2 years ago, in an office building in Mokosh. Blood. Viscous blood trails all the way from the door to George's office table. His custom-made carpet is all ruined.
たく、君たちが一体何を考えているのか。
George's brow furrows as he looks down at the carpet. It's not even Vasily's blood. George thinks so indifferently. Vasily is the more valuable type. But as for those who fight in Mokosh due to disease and mental deterioration, they're worth less than a piece of this carpet. Damn. Vasily aged quickly. Vasily slams a pile of documents on the table, which includes the supply and production logs of the pharmaceutical factory. George only flips through them for a moment before placing them back down and plastering his face with a fake smile.
なんだい、バシル。何か問題でも？
Vasily pays no heed to George's wide smile, skipping the chatter he would normally engage in. His face remains steely.
このようなサジは君自ら処理するべきではない。シーヤにでも投げておけ。君にはとても大事な仕事がある。そうだろう。
ジョージ、この製薬工場で作られているのはワクチンじゃないんだな。
Vasily takes a step closer. His boots covered in gutter mud land heavily on the neat carpet. George's office became filled with such things at some point, things that did not match with the reality of Mokosh.
先週まで私と一緒に作業していた者たちがどうしてああなった？
薬物の乱用は本人たちの責任だよ。私とて心苦しいが、こればかりはどうしようもない。
Vasily remains silent for the moment. It's true that George relies on dependency to control others, but as that dependency festers, it only results in ruin. Some pick up blades and bring them down on those closest to them, just because they had more bottles of the new medicine than them. Friends who chatted amicably a mere day ago turn against each other over trivialities. Anger is cheap here, and life even more so. Poverty crushes rationality, and death is often the price paid in the yellow zones.
その薬はファルベンの基準で生産されているものだ。ほぼワクチンみたいなものだろう。みんなが使いたがるのもそれだけ効果があるということなんじゃないか。
Drugs.
みんなの欲しいものを売る。それがビジネスの基本だろう。
それは全部依存症によるものだ、ジョージ。薬への依存は治療ではない。一時的に楽になるだけだ。それとこの薬で病気が治ったという人たちはどこに行った？
さあ、グリーンエリアかな、ホワイトエリアもあり得る。イエローエリアじゃなければどこだっていいだろう。こんなところに戻ってくるような物好きは私と君の他にいない。我々がいなければ今日のモコシは存在し得ない。
君は何を言っている？その薬に騙された人たちは一体どこに行った？みんな君のことを信じているのに、君はみんなのことを何だと思っているんだ
？Vasily grabs George by the collar and slams him down on the table. He knocks over a pot of ink on the table and it spills all over George's face, but that smile remains plastered on George's face all the while. George wipes away the ink on his face. He puts his hand to his mouth and licks it as if tasting the liquid.
君は誰だ？本当にジョージなのか？
George produces a modified M1911 casually and places its muzzle against Vasily's waist, forcing them back.
バシル、君のことが心配だよ。忙しすぎて親友のこともわからなくなったのかい？
George pretentiously places the gun up against Vasily's forehead and motions as if checking his temperature. He then chambers around rapidly and fires a bullet into Vasily's abdomen. Blood sprays all over the carpet. George frowned at the sight. That's not what he said. He was trying to say George's name. Your aim is shit as always. That's not what he said though, even if it's funny.
これだけは説明しておいた方がいいかもね。イエローエリアの人間に価値などない。こんな放射線に汚染された環境でもなければ、私はきっといい牧場主になれたんだろうな。
君はいつの間に？
As blood continues to leave his body, Vasily's breathing accelerates. His voice continues to weaken, and it's almost inaudible now.
私を殺すのか?
George shakes his head, spinning the gun in his hand. He doesn't think this line of thought is worth pursuing at all. He stands idly for a moment, considering how much it would set him back to restore the carpet.
まさか私が親友を殺すはずないじゃないか。それに
You just shot him in the abdomen.
他の奴らとは違う。そういえば君が設計した地下監獄があるだろう。あそこの部屋を一つ君好みにリフォームしたのさ。
Vasily suddenly begins to laugh vigorously, followed by an intense burst of coughing.
そういうことか。
きっと気に入ってくれると思うよ。
別に他の部屋でもいいんだがな。
そのバシルももともとはモコシュの管理者だったのか？道理でいろいろと違和感があったわけだ。
もう全部昔のことよ。 今の彼が指揮官の力になれるかどうかは。
彼はあの時製薬工場で何を見つけた？
もうすぐ到着するので、それは直接彼に聞いてね。
わかった。それと、なんでそんなに顔が赤くなっている？
それはもちろん暑いからよ。指揮官は暑くない？
It's bound to be hot and stuffy underground, but the real source of heat here is her. I grab her hand. She's not hot enough for it to be dangerous, but the heat radiating from her skin is still abnormal.
さっきの戦闘のせいか？
まあ、だって指揮官がずっと手を握ってくれていたから、いろいろと思い出してしまって。本当に10年前のあの指揮官がいるって、本当に10年ぶりに再会できたんだって。
Down bad, down bad, down bad.
そうしたらこうなっちゃった。
ローレライ、正直に言っても大丈夫だよ。
ええ、先ほどの戦闘の余熱はまだ少し残っているけど、この方がむしろ性能を発揮しやすいので、どうか心配なく。
そうか、パフォーマンスに影響がないのならいいが。
むしろ楽しみにしているわ。
Anxiety begins to well up inside me for reasons I can't name. Path of abandonment. Well, he has abandoned everything and has been abandoned by everything in turn. There is no coming back from this. Only the sounds of my handcuffs and the click-clacking of Lorelei's footsteps can be heard in the darkness. Her whip snaps crisply on the ground, informing me that we have arrived at our destination.
静かにしなさい。M8031-O42。
She's enjoying this way too much.
今なんて？
ここのゴミどもに名前などないわ。服を脱ぎなさい。8031番。
さっきはこれを想像してたから熱が出てたのか。
I can't see Lorelei's expression, but I can tell from her voice that she's already immersed in her character.
新入りはまず全身検査よ。
Uh-huh. Full body examination? Yeah, uh-huh. Sure. Also, hi, Irma. She lifts off my clothing with the handle of her whip.
それとも少し痛めつけてあげないと覚えられないのかしら。
Lorelei pulls me closer by my clothing and trails her whip with uneven pressure across my skin. Its cold and rough texture makes one wonder about what might be next in store.
おい、ちょっと待て。
Can everybody stop being down bad platonically for 5 seconds? 5 seconds! I don't think there is such a thing as being down bad platonically.
私がいいと言うまで何も言っちゃいけないわ。
Putting why a guard would need something archaic such as a whip aside. I can respect someone's personal hobbies, but it is really necessary to play the part so well. Lorelei's bombastic theatrics get a laugh out of my roommates. A shadowy prisoner in the cell not far away chuckles thinly before I can speak up for myself.
M000-O01 バシルさん、あなたの番です。
Ah, the very first prisoner, huh?
番号だけでいいだろう。
A mocking smile remains on his face. He answers the guard politely, but his hazy gaze remains pointing in my direction. He's staring straight at me.
まあ、そんなこと言わないでください。本当はみんなバシルさんに感謝しているのです。ただ、私たちはジョージに逆らえませんので、今はどうか我慢してください。
Man, even the guards feel kind of bad for him. The guard helps the man named Vasily to his feet. Vasily finally emerges from the shadows, and I finally take a good look at him. Damn. Now he's got the Leon Kennedy hair. He remains focused on me the entire time when I return his attention, even as he leaves my sight. I'm uncertain whether he's perceived something or not.
焦らなくてもいいわ。そのうちあなたの番も来るから。
私の番?
Lorelei remains silent. She only lightly presses her finger to her lips. Far away in the darkness, some machinery screeches and shrieks, accompanied by the piercing sound of metal chains being dragged across the ground. A muffled screaming soon follows. The screaming continues for some time before it fades into the darkness. Lorelei withdraws her finger with a strange smile.
こんな叫びを上げる仕事なんてあるのか?
だからあなたも頑張って同じ声を私に聞かせるのよ。
Down horrendous. The sounds aren't particularly vicious, but the smell in the air here is truly unsettling. It may be due to all the medicines, but I've been surrounded by a stinging smell ever since I set foot in this place. Like bleach mixed with pharmaceuticals and a faint hint of blood.
今日はまだ来たばかりだから勘弁してあげるけど、明日からあなたも仕事よ。
強制労働か? どれぐらい働けばいい?
普通なら15年ぐらいかしら。
That's too long!
笑えないな。
だけど、シーヤさんの命令だと、あなたはあくまでも一時的にここに預けられるだけだから、すぐに出られると思うわ。
I mean, no one else seems to notice that the guard with like the obvious cleavage opening suddenly started working in the prison? No? No one? Okay.
運が良かったわね。
Lorelei addresses me with the same air as a guard, and she even makes me believe that I really am being imprisoned for a moment.
前回このように捕まえられたのはいつだったか? せめて毎日どれぐらい働くことになるのか教えてくれないか?
そうね。だいたい3時間ぐらいかしら。
Yeah, this is definitely isn't some routine that George cooked up.
それなら15年も意外と苦じゃないかもな。
Lorelei chuckles and doesn't reply. A comms terminal that doesn't belong to me or Lorelei resounds as we're enjoying a little lull. She places her finger on her lips again and gestures for silence.
ここがあなたの部屋よ。8031番。ここでおとなしく罪を償いなさい。誰かが地下監獄の内線に通信をつなげたわ。シーヤかジョージなのかもしれない。お楽しみの時までにせいぜい休んでちょうだい。
Just
指揮官
perma horny. Groza and Ulrich stand guard by the side of the road. Their vision is fixed on this seemingly endless tunnel before them, afraid that they'll miss something if they so much as blink. Their doubts deep down only burgeon as time passes. What if they're waiting for nothing? They spoke to DSR-50 when they lost the commander before, and now it's DSR-50 again, sending them some clues about the commander's whereabouts, with alternative methods instead of direct communication. Can she be trusted? Just how is the commander doing? Thankfully, their misgivings are soon put to rest. As their intel describes, an Oathsworn vehicle is making its way down the road.
間違いない。モゴシの衛兵隊よ。
Yeah, Mishti, like when Groza and Lorelei were like fighting over the commander in trial mode, you could see Mishti sitting on a swing, and Commander looks over to Mishti, and Mishti just averts her gaze like, I don't want to get involved in this. Not my circus, not my monkeys.
指揮官の情報があるといいが。
Just like, nah, fam, you're on your own. I ain't getting involved. I ain't cleaning your mess.
指揮官を返してもらうわ。
何の話だ? わけがわからん。こっ
ちは犯罪者を護送してるんだ。邪魔するな。
Hi, Ulrid.
構うな。こいつらをやっつけてから車の中を調べればいい。
Yeah, Basti, I remember Basti directly name dropping DSR-50 as one of the quote-unquote hussies after the commander. I mean, Basti did say that behind Lorelai's back. I wouldn't be surprised if she just went up to Lorelai and said it to her face. Ow. Bye. Capitan.
車の中を探したけど指揮官はいなかったわ。
Dojin IP. Someone needs to draw that.
指揮官はこの辺りを通ったと DSR-50 が言っていたが、彼女の目的がわからないわ。もしかしたら指揮官をさらったのも彼女かもしれない。
Well, yes, but also
キャロリックとスーミからよ。
Suomi and Krolik look for more clues in Mokosh as Groza and Ulrich chase the intelligence that DSR-50 has provided. The search did not get off to a good start, but the Dull community support arrived in a timely manner. They made away with a considerable amount of useful intel.
何か発見したのかもしれない。
隊長、指揮官の位置が分かったかもしれないわ。
The current batch of intel contains a real breakthrough.
指揮官はどこ？
一瞬だけですけど、指揮官の端末の信号をキャッチできました。正確かどうかは分かりませんが、位置は地下みたいです。
地下？下水道なの？
Prison.
通信が不安定みたい。
Yep, we are past Groza having a mental breakdown after coming in contact with Red Onion.
野外にいるからな。通信が安定しないのも仕方ない。もし指揮官が地下にいるのなら、こちらから位置を特定できないな。キャロリック。
Marina Inoue, I kneel. Your voice acting prowess, spectacular.
この町の規模にしてはありえないほど発達してるわね。衛星都市並みの施設になってるわ。
この都市はもともとダム湖だったから、水路が発達しているのもわからなくはない。しかし、もし指揮官が下水道を通っていたのなら、この辺りを通ったという情報と矛盾することになるわ。
Yeah, another role that she has is in Azure Lane. She is the French ship Richelieu. Same artist as Groza. Same general look. Same voice actress. It's just same character, different game.
他に情報はないのか、ソーミ。
実は下水道と一緒にモコシュには大きな地下監獄もあります。
地下監獄？
A bad feeling grips Groza and Ulrid.
はい。でも地下監獄は下水道とは別のエリアになっていて、警備も厳重ですので、そう簡単に入ることはできません。
The news that they attempted a breakthrough already unsettles Ulrid.
じゃあ、戦力を集めて強行突破するしかないわね。ついでに下水道の中も探してみよう。
そんな単純な話じゃ。
Why not?
でも試してみる価値はあるかもしれません。指揮官を助けるためにも。
わかった。みんなに連絡してみる。
Groza and Ulrich share a look, both recalling that the Oathsworn mentioned the word escort just a few moments ago.
そういえば、さっき衛兵隊が護送とか言ってたわね。もしかして この辺りに地下監獄の入り口があるのか？
キャロリック、あなたはスオミと一緒に下水道に。私とウルリードは地下監獄の入り口を探してみるわ。
分かった。指揮官が無事だといいけど。
もし指揮官に何かあったら。
グローザー、しっかりしろ。スオミ、地下監獄と下水道に関する情報は他にないか？
よくない噂ならあります。
まあ、要は収監されているのは裏切り者とか反逆者とか、あんまり関わらない方がいい連中だらけってところだ。あ、そういえばもう一つ。
Something a bit scarier. Having already spent several days in prison, my fellow inmate, whom I had only had the chance to speak to once, still maintained a distance from me. I had tried to find a few topics of conversation to fish for intel, but my efforts proved unsuccessful. Until just now, whether it was my dogged persistence that finally wore him down, or simply a genuine interest in the underground prison rumors I shared, he finally became willing to converse a little with me. For once, he looked straight at me. When not conversing with me, he retires to the shadows, drawing his schematics. It is only now that I clearly see his always overcast face in all of its dim bleakness. He's the spitting image of an exiled man, with his untrimmed hair and beard. His eyes carry despair and self-deprecation in equal measure. Like a man who has truly accepted existence here and became part of the darkness. Old Leon Kennedy. That's what I was saying when I saw him! I said he has Leon Kennedy hair!
この監獄から釈放された者は一人もいないよ。
He quickly shows me how true the rumor is.
そんなことを私に教えていいのか？
情報交換だよ。何か外のことを教えてくれれば助かる。
It appeared that my attempts to strike up a conversation over the past few days have made him aware of my goals. The fact that he's willing to chat means that I might make some headway yet.
しかし、まるで牢屋に入れられたのは初めてじゃないみたいな落ち着きだな。
一時的にここに預かるだけと言われたからな。
まるで荷物みたいな扱いだ。
労働も毎日3時間だけでいいみたいだし。
Only 3 hours a day. Damn.
私も1年前同じことを言われたが、実際まだここにいる。
そうか？でもどうやら私には高値がついているみたいだから、そのうち出られるだろう。
Considering that I'm an internationally wanted criminal, there's surely a hefty bounty on my head. Not that this is anything to be proud of at a time like this. Something changes in his eyes when I say the word price.
本当か？ジョージが誰かに高値をつけるなんて珍しい。
何？君も高値をつけられてるんじゃないのか？
Vasily begins to guffaw.
どうやら本当に何も知らないんだな。君はモコシの外から来た人だろ
う。Nope.
ここ数日でだいぶモコシに馴染めたつもりだがな。
I look down at my guard, but he only smiles and shakes his head.
そうじゃない。
His eyes in the darkness focus once more, training on me as if to see right through me.
私はこの監獄にいる全員のことを知っている。しかし、君のことは知らない。
牢屋にもコネが必要なのか？面白いところだな、モコシは。
あまり深入りしない方がいい。君が何のためにモコシに来たのかは知らないが、モコシは決して君の思っているような場所じゃない。逃げられるんなら逃げた方がいい。命が一番大事だからな。
それはできないな。ジョージのやっていることは見過ごせない。
As expected, Vasily's unusual nonchalant expression shakes somewhat when I mention the factory. If Lorelei was truthful on the way here, Vasily went his separate ways with George because of this matter. If he managed to remain calm, then that would be worthy of suspicion.
ジョージはただの圧政者じゃない。強制労働とか重税とか、まだまだ可愛い方だよ。
This is the first time I've seen his emotions shift so drastically. But that wavering soon gives way to a feeling I'm familiar with. A complex mix of resignation and helplessness. He lets his hands drop to his sides as if he'd given up the fight.
ジョージには大きな後ろ盾がいる。あいつもただ操られているだけだ。何をしたところで、モコシの未来は変えられない。抗うだけ無駄だよ。衛兵隊を見ただろう。あれは全員ジョージに籠絡された奴らだ。財団からの支援も受けている。我々にあれに対抗する力はない。
Vasily passes me something through a gap in the bars.
君が何者なのかは知らないが、それを使って逃げてくれ。
Hmm? I think back to the way the guard spoke to Vasily. He appears to be well respected here. But even so, having a key is unthinkable. I started getting suspicious. Why does Vasily stay here?
なんでこんなもの？おかしいか。ここのロックは全部私が設計したものだ。
Then why are you still here?
私はただ自分の意志でここに残っている。
You're crazy.
何があっても、モコシは私の故郷だからな。
I think back to what Lorelei brought up.
そのバシルももともとはモコシの管理者だったのか？
もう全部昔のことよ。
Even with his ideals still in his heart and keys in his hand, he consigned himself to the position of prisoner. I cannot just stand by with the bitter regret I see in him. Perhaps I can find a way to light the embers that remain and help him regain his edge. This is something I want to do at this moment.
バシル、君は昔モコシを導く立場にいたことは知っている。そんな人が今こんな場所で腐ってていいのか？
He remained silent for a moment before laughing bitterly.
何とでも言うがいい。抗っても無駄な犠牲が増えるだけだ。
本当にこのままでいいのか？いつかジョージが両親に目覚めてモコシを
I don't get the rest of it out. I realize I'm only letting out my frustrations, even if some of this does line up with Vasily's reality. He doesn't deserve to be on the receiving end of those words, though. The true target of my anger is none other than myself. I have felt despair over my own deeds many times too. Once you discover a shadowy archipelago, impenetrable darkness will have already formed a web between them all. The idea of choice is simply to lie to oneself.
今の私にできることはない。せいぜい設備のメンテナンスをして事故を減らすぐらいだ。それでみんなの安全を守れるのならもう十分だろ
う。エンジニアとしては正しいことだが、指導者としてはダメだ。整備が整った分だけそれを利用する者が増える。その旨味を知ったやつはさらにその欲望を増す。君の行いは結局ジョージを助けるだけだ。
言われなくたってわかる。それでも私にできることはない。私には何もできないんだ。
For once, he seems to reveal some other emotions. I see a trace of his true self in his mad words. I can help him. I can help him. I only came here seeking economic cooperation, but the residents here remain in dire straits. The tentacles of the corporation still have them in their clutches, and my conscience won't allow me to leave them in their predicament. This is not a decision I made on the spur of the moment. The people here, like that guard, still trust Vasily, even if they're aware of the control George has. With precise strikes from the Elmos dolls and Lorelei's reinforcements, the fight may not be so hopeless. I throw the key back at him. I have no need of such things, and the one who has more need of the key is Vasily, not me. The true prison that binds him is far tougher to break through than the bars of this underground prison. There is nothing more laughable than self-imposed exile. It makes no amends and changes nothing that has happened. It only serves to cover everything up, soothing one's anxious heart with feigned blindness.
君はモコシュに選択肢を与えることができる。新しい道を示すことができる。それがジョージとは違う道だとみんなに教えることができる。自分についてくればそういう未来に進めると信じさせることができる。
それは素晴らしいな。だがもう人が死ぬのはごめんだ。
そうならないためにも私に教えてほしい。この町のこととジョージの衛兵隊のことを。地形や敵の数や装備、配置など。
君は一体何者なんだ？
I'm just a commander passing through. I'd rather not answer him. For someone like him, something solid to lean upon will do more than baseless words.
戦場は片付いた。皆の者、よくやったな。
The afterglow and rebirth. The afterglow of old has not yet faded, and a newborn covenant has blossomed on that scorched earth. The deeper into the sewers they proceed, the more pungent the smells become. The scent of bleach and pharmaceuticals emerge, and it elicits a strange sense of cleanliness. The guard's voice interrupts Mei Ling's worried inquiry, making her yelp with surprise. Dr. White gestures for Mei Ling to relax, unhurriedly producing his documents.
私は第11局のエンジニアホワイトだ。こっちは同じ第11局のエンジニアで助手のシン・メイリンだ。
Hai? What? The words Dr. White uses to make Mei Ling think back to the argument with the commander, but she wisely shuts her mouth in front of the guard. The guard still appears to have no intention of letting them through.
娘さんは元気かね？昔はよく我々の仕事を見に来たのだが。いや。
The guard lowers his head to an angle where his expression is no longer visible. He immediately changes the topic and ends the chit-chat.
ホワイトさん、最近はいろいろあったので、
何？私はバシルに会いに来ただけだよ。
ですが、今監獄には別の重要人物もいて、ジョージさんには警備を強化するようにと。
見ての通り、私は丸腰の老いぼれだよ。
いや、
君にとって都合が悪くなるようなことはしない。今までもそうしてきたじゃないか。
The guard studies Dr. White and Mei Ling and falls deep into thought.
それはそうですが。
Dr. White extends his hand in a submissive gesture.
なんなら、私をバシルと同じ独房に入れてもいいぞ。
何言ってるんですか？そんなわけには。あなたはモコシュの恩人です。
But you locked up Vasily anyways. Funny. Funny how that works. The guard appears to finally give in, and he nods his head.
わかりました。どうぞお入りください。
5分だけだろ？
ご理解いただけて何よりです。
それじゃ。
The gate separating the greater sewers and the prison slowly opens. Dr. White passes a small package to the guard.
娘さんがエリットで困っていると聞いてな。
これは。
The guard's eyes widen in surprise. Elid vaccines are counted among the most desirable items in all yellow zones. It is easy enough to tell him from his expression that it is still absolutely true, even in Mokosh.
どうして？
バシルからの手土産だよ。それに私も もう一度娘さんに会いたいのでね。ああ、これは賄賂ではないぞ。私はもう中に入ったのだからな。
The guard's mask trembles as his tears moisten it.
ありがとう。さて、急ぐぞ。
Dr. White pats the guard's back, and he crosses the boundary with Mei Ling. Just before the gate closes, the guard can be seen remaining at his station behind him, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably.
私を見なさい。
Oh, I'm looking all right. Lorelei lifts my chin up with her hand. She's been rather fond of doing this recently, but I can't help but feel an odd sense of humiliation. It might just be because I found myself in prison.
手が熱いな。また興奮でもしているのか？
実は最近変残性能をアップグレードしたので、その代わりに発熱しやすくなっただけ。でも戦闘していなくてもこんなに発熱してしまうのは指揮官のせいよ。
どういうことだ？
だって指揮官の言葉はなぜか演算に負荷をかけてしまうの。
さっきの話を聞いていたのか？
バシル、調子はどうだい？
Before Lorelei's other hand makes contact with me, a familiar voice rings through the prison. I make a shushing motion, asking Lorelei to remain silent so we can listen in on the situation.
Sensei.
The two thoroughly unexpected visitors arrive in the prison. Mei Ling, who I haven't seen for several days, and that engineer from the 11th Bureau.
やれやれ。少しは自分のことにも気をかけなさい。
A light sigh comes from outside Vasily's cell. These two uninvited guests have obviously not come for me. If Mei Ling has been occupied with work underground recently, then it's very likely she doesn't even know that I've been locked up here.
どうしてここに?
Vasily hurriedly pats down his pencil, stands up and reservedly tidies up the shoddy garb on his person. The man who sat wherever he pleased on the ground and spoke to me about strange things now begins to watch his manners, like a student before their teacher.
楽にするといい。こんな場所だから体裁を気にしても仕方ないだろう。
この方がモコシの全体を設計した方ですか?
Then why is he in prison? Mei Ling appears surprised at the sight of Vasily as he is now.
その後に何を教えたんですか?
メイリン、こいつには何も言うなよ。褒められると調子に乗るタイプだからな。
There is no pride in Vasily's face as he hears it from Dr. White. His eyelids droop with disappointment, like a miscreant caught in the act.
確かに。私は調子に乗ってました。
なんだい。あの頃はモコシを変えると意気揚々としていたのに。
ジョージは私を、いや、全員を騙してた。
ワクチンのことかい？どうせちゃんとしたワクチンなんかではなく、気分が楽になるような麻薬でも作ってたのだろう。
知っていたんですか？
詳しいところまではいかなくとも、ここの人々の様子を見れば大まかな推測はできるさ。モコシの繁栄も見た目だけのものだろう。
あれ？でもモコシにエリットは流行っていないように見えますが。
感染された人はジョージにこっそり処理されるからな。それでもこの町は人口が増えていく一方だ。
Mei Ling shakes her head.
人間なんてイエローエリアでは一番価値のないものだからだ。見た目さえ取り繕えば人なんていくらでも群がってきて養分になってくれる。
それで君はこんなところに引きこもっていると？
That familiar mocking expression appears on Vasily's face again.
引きこもるだけならこんなところじゃなくてもいいのですが、私は何度もいろんな方法を試しました。だからもうこれ以上は。
後悔しているのかい？
後悔はしていません。ここの人々を守ることは私の責任でした。 リーダーとしてみんなを守り、みんなも私のことを信じていました。でも結局私は
うぬぼれるなよ。
私は
バシル、君には信念がある。ただそれらを現実にする力がないだけだ。
力ですか?
As something seems to come to mind, Vasily smiles bitterly with a lowered head.
力自体に善悪はない。それを正しく使えるかどうかが大事だ。間違った使い方をすればあのジョージのようになる。しかし正しく使えば大事な人たちを守れるようになる。
正しく使えば。
Vasily mutters to himself, dissecting the words in his mind as the problem that has troubled him for ages slowly unravels. His eyes focus on the familiar face in front of him as he thinks back to his time studying at the 11th Bureau. Countless times, complex issues before him would be brushed away but with his mentor's help. And this time he is only an inch away from finally solving this problem. The excitement from reclaiming his hope ignites a long-missing fire from deep down, and it combines with the sense of urgency from being only one step away. It is only now that he notices the fresh face next to Dr. White.
ああ、すみません。そういえばこちらのお嬢さんは
今さらかい？
いや、その助手だと思いましたけど、見ない顔で。
新人だよ。名はシン・メイリンで、そのうち第11局に来てくれる。
Did Mei-Ling already agree to join them?
ちょっと待ってください。私まだ行くとは言っていませんよ。
I failed to hold it in after hearing Mei-Ling's reply.
それはメイリンが決めることだろ。勝手に話を進めないでほしいな。
My voice gives Mei-Ling a jump. She looks at Dr. White, shock written all over her face.
幻聴ですか?
She thinks she's going cray-cray.
なんか指揮官の声がした気がしますわ。
エルモ号にあるミーチューは後で飲んでおくから心配するな。
Ah, the silly music. Mei-Ling spins in place and follows the sound. She finally sees me after turning around.
嫌ですよ。勝手に飲まないでください。指揮官、本当に指揮官です。
And he's in jail! As if she's forgotten all about how we first separated, Mei-Ling rushes up to me and crouches down in front of my cell. She tries to reach in and touch me. It's obviously impossible, so I continue to sit still on the ground.
私が独房に入れられているのがそんなに嬉しいのか?
Her eyes begin to glisten with tears.
なんで泣いてるんだ? まさか第11局の仕事が気に入らなかったのか?
Not even I can remain unmoved at the sight of this expression on Mei-Ling's face. I stand up, passing a handkerchief I have on hand to Mei-Ling through the bars.
いいえ、そんなことありません。残業もないし、ミーチューもいっぱい飲めます。
She doesn't take my offer at all, rejecting the idea of taking the handkerchief off me. She latches onto the bars with two hands, drying her tears on my hand holding the handkerchief. I turn to Dr. White for help at this bizarre sight, but he only smiles.
うちはホワイトだからね。ただ少し寂しかったのかな。
Dr. White joins our conversation very naturally, completely unsurprised by the sight of me behind bars. In combination with him being willing to bring Mei-Ling, someone new to the place, I start thinking that his grasp of the situation might be more comprehensive than I imagined. It's easy enough to see that Mei-Ling isn't doing so bad under his wing either. I can't be sure, but I could swear that her face has gotten a little chubbier.
いいえ、残業ばかりさせる指揮官なんて全然寂しくないです。
Oh, I missed you too, my alcoholic daughter.
私をエルモ号から追い出そうとする指揮官なんて。
Is that how Mei-Ling sees me? Still, to be rubbing up against me while saying that. What an adorable creature.
メイリン、少し誤解があるかもしれないが。
Before I can finish what I'm saying, Mei Ling suddenly distances herself from the bars a little, most likely remembering the events from a few days earlier. She tries to hold her emotions at bay, and I put the handkerchief aside.
なんでこんなところにいるんですか？どこで道を踏み外したんですか？
Oh, it's just a Friday.
あの製薬工場のことを見てしまったからな。
それと高値をつけられているんだろ？
Vastly interjects very naturally. After spending the last few days together here, he's much calmer than he was when we first met.
商人とかでもなさそうだから、君はもしかして外では指名手配犯になっているのか？
About that.
それだったらジョージもきっといいねでファルベンに売りたいのだろ
う。まだ何もされてないあたりからして、意外とそんなに値段がつかないのかもな。
交渉が少し難航しているだけの可能性もある。
指揮官、こんなところに閉じ込められてきっと大変だったでしょう。
Just a little bit. Worry is written all over Mei Ling's face.
いや、むしろ楽しんでいたようにも見えたかな。
あら、もしかして私のこと？
Who else? Lorelei, who's been standing beside me the entire time, finally speaks up.
よくここまで喋らなかったな。
指揮官の命令だもの。
やっぱりか。いつもあの看守と変なことをしていると思ったら。
Like, damn.
こんなに可愛いお嬢さんだったなんてな。
Yeah.
指揮官
Don't take that tone with me, Mei Ling.
いや、そうじゃない。これは潜入に必要な演技だったわけで。
Vasily spreads his hands, communicating an unspoken understanding. The typically commonplace gesture irks me for some indescribable reason. Dr. White sighs at the sight of Vasily's response. He shakes his head.
バシル、もしかして気づいていないのかね？
何ですか？
君の必要としている力が。
Dr. White turns to me and Vasily appears to realize something. His eyes immediately fill with an enthusiasm I've never seen before, as if he has finally come upon an answer to a conundrum. His excitement soon shifts into firmness and trust. It makes me think about the kind of spirited and idealistic engineer he must have been 10 years ago. The answer has always been here, and you've finally discovered it. Now, all you must do is fill in the blanks of the question. Behind his certainty and gratitude, I can see an unyielding fortitude. 1, 2, oh god, another story node! Thermal dumping. A dramatic reaction has released the stored energy in a burst of light and heat. The cell doors are completely open, and Vasily and I regain our freedom. Vasily almost stumbles as he steps out of his cell due to how long he's been shackled.
大丈夫。
Lorelei sees this and approaches me with a smile. I feel her breath on my shoulder.
指揮官は？
私は大丈夫だ。
意外と礼儀正しいお嬢さんじゃないか。
So she can be polite, huh?
これって脱獄ですか？
違う。
違うな。
Nah.
メイリンと私は違うが、そこの二人は脱獄だな。
それじゃ私は脱獄の共犯じゃないですか。
一応時間外労働だから残業手当はあるが。
じゃあ脱獄の共犯。
Paid overtime! We arrive at the interrogation room. We'll be able to see the remaining cells on the other side once we pass this point. A single guard sits outside the interrogation room. He reacts with surprise at the sight of Vasily and Dr. White approaching together, before he nods and makes way for the two. Vasily pauses before the door.
どうした？
いや、最後に防護服をチェックした方がいいと思って。
大丈夫。防護服の扱いには慣れている。
Vasily scans us, making sure we're properly equipped. He stands before the door, and the look in his eyes as he turns around is unspeakably painful.
これを見たら、もう後戻りはできない。
Yes.
今さら何を言う？ 指揮官もそのつもりでついてきたのだろう。
ああ、ジョージが一体何をしているのかこの目で確かめたい。
そうか。
Vasily keys in the password and opens the door. Behind the door is a scene that can only be described as hellish. Without a doubt, everyone detained here is suffering from Elid. They're confined in small pens and kept alive with automatic feeders. Many of the people there are almost completely covered in collapsed crystals. I instinctively reach out to shield Mei Ling's eyes.
ロレライ、メイリンを頼む。
何をするの？
ダメだ、戻れ。
だが、
そんなことをしても彼らを助けることはできない。
What do you mean by that?
まずはジョージを止めることだ。
Vasily quickly closes the door to hell. Things quieten down again, and the ghastly sights from a moment ago disappear like a bad dream. We all wisely remain silent, still recovering from what we just witnessed. The air seems stiff until I speak up.
バシル、さっきのはまさか。前に言っていたエリットに感染したものは。
I think back to what he said previously.
ここでエリットの治療を。
そんなまさかジョージはそんなことをするわけない。
ワクチンがなくても感染者を猛虎種に迎え入れているのはこのためなのか。ジョージは一体何を。
Paradox.
コーラプスクリスタルだよ。それが金になるとジョージは思っている。末期患者を狙うハンターがいるのだろう。それと目的は同じだ。ただジョージはこうやって効率的にクリスタルを集めているのさ。
だけどエリット患者のほとんどは。
ああ、ジョージもそれを分かっている。でも気にしないんだ。数さえあればどうとでもなると思っている。
自分が死んだらその死体を売って家族の金にする患者がいるという話は私も聞いたことがある。
私からしたらほとんど意味のないことだ。コーラプスクリスタルの生成をイエローエリアで行うのは非常に難しい。
Evidently, the unthinkable has become reality at this point.
ジョージ本人はずっとリスクが大きい分それなりのリターンも見込めると言っているがな。イエローエリアでは人の命なんて一番安いものだ。
I struggle to assemble a proper sentence in my anger. I draw deep breaths, and I try to settle my emotions. Lorelei takes my hand in hers, trying to comfort me how she can.
人でなしが何を言う。人の命は決して商品や原材料ではない。
もともとクリスタル生成法の研究は行き詰まっていたはずだ。ジョージの性格的にここまで粘るのも変な話だと思っていたが、もしかしたら君を売ればまた資金が入るからかもしれないな。
たくましすぎてヘドが出るな。
A solely profit-driven man like George may be ruthless, but he wouldn't invest in something with no returns. Who is prompting him to gather the infected together? Does he have goals we're not aware of? An idea suddenly comes to mind.
バシル、あの製薬工場で作られている薬は何なんだ。
それがコーラプスクリスタルと関係あると思っているのか。
見ただけでここに捕まえられてきたからな。
Vasily shakes his head.
わからない。私も調べがつく前にジョージに気づかれて身柄を拘束された。私を信じ私のために戦おうとした者たちもいたが。
Vasily turns towards that door again. His voice trembles.
この監獄に入れられた者は誰一人出ることはできない。もうこれ以上失敗できないんだ。私は戦いたくないわけではない。なんなら
だからずっと甘んじて監獄の中にいたのか。それで君は納得したのか。
He remains silent.
ジョージはモコシの人々を人質にとって君を利用した。君のその気持ちに ジョージがつけ込んでいるのだ。君が看護
That's why Mokosh's sewers handles so many of the city's necessary functions. It's because Mokosh's best engineer will never be able to see the sun.
それでいいと思っていた。
君はいつも頼られるばかりだ。だからそろそろ他人を頼ってみてもいいと思わないか？
Vastly intuits my meaning. He mulls it over, and he eventually gives me a slightly strained smile.
もう負けられないぞ。
絶対勝てる。
指揮官、私が提供できるのは情報だけじゃないわよ。
私の見立てでもモコシを取り返すこと自体は難しくない。
All the pieces start falling together. All the problems seem to straighten themselves out. The scent of danger floats in the air. I felt this sensation many times before. I may not get away from this in one piece, but I will never doubt my reason to fight. I will not allow those regrets to become a thorn that pricks my heart whenever something like this happens again. I turn to Lorelei. She must have made preparations before we even met. She notices my gaze, and she cheekily flutters her eyelids at me as a tease.
これもう脱獄で済む話じゃなくなってるのでは。
わかった。君に頼ってみよう。
ああ、そして私も。
Almost there, chat! Burning the land. The flames rise from the bones of the earth, burning away the shackles of the old, and shedding the light of rebirth on the land.
大雑把な計画になったが、ジョージと戦うには十分だろう。
問題ない。
He cut his hair. He no longer looks like old Leon Kennedy.
私も指揮官の指示に従うわ。
I put two and two together, thinking back to the heavy pack she brought onto the car.
私はあくまでも巻き込まれただけだからな。
Maylin's expression appears conflicted.
どうしたんだ、メイリン。
少し指揮官と二人で話したいです。
決心がついたのかね。
私は制御盤の様子を見てくるよ。
Vasily and Dr. White begin to tend to their own affairs, but Lorelei remains still.
ローレライ。
私もいつか同じように甘えたいわね。
らしくないことを言うな。
She's jealous of Mayling. Come on. Lorelei's expression suddenly changes as her terminal begins to ring, but she still flashes me her signature easy smile before she makes her exit.
私は周りの警戒をしてくるわ。メイリンさんとゆっくりお話ししてて。埋め合わせはまた後でお願いするわね。
Uh-huh. Mayling begins to put together her words as Lorelei walks off into the distance.
指揮官。
大丈夫だよ、メイリン。
大丈夫じゃありません。これからやろうとしていることは危険すぎます。
万が一失敗しても、君はホワイトさんと一緒に第11局に行けばいいから。どんな後ろ盾がいたとしても、ジョージは第11局との関係を悪くしたくないはずだ。
そういう問題じゃありません。
She becomes visibly unhappy, as if I've missed the point entirely. Her new expression starts to clue me in on what she's thinking.
もしかしてこの前のことで怒っているのか？でもメイリンはもう一人前のエンジニアだ。
I can't help but think back to Mayling when she was younger. I reach out with a hand and stroke Mayling's hair like I used to. Come to think of it, it's been quite a few years since I last did that. I think I stopped doing it because the dolls would think I was treating Mayling like a kid, even though she had already grown up. Mayling seems a little unsure what to do, as she flushes red and shuts her eyes.
指揮官。
She grabs my hand and stops me.
これを言わずに作戦に参加したら絶対大変なことになるので言わせてください。
She looks off into the distance at Lorelei, and she only starts to speak when she is sure no one is within earshot.
私に選ばせるんじゃなかったんですか？
え？
なんで私を第11局に行かせようとするんですか？私が決めるんじゃなかったんですか？この作戦計画も私のことは逃がすだけで。 結局私はお荷物なんですか？いなくてもいいんですか？
メイリンを戦わせるわけにはいかないだろう。
指揮官。
メイリンには無事でいてほしいんだ。
でも
何か誤解があるみたいだな。私はメイリンがいなくてもいいなんて思ったことはない。もしメイリンが残りたいというのなら、もちろん私も嬉しい。あくまでも自分のために、自分のしたいことのために選んでほしい。メイリンは故郷に帰ってみたくなかったのか？
指揮官、急にそんなこと言われても。
勝手に話を進めてしまったことについては申し訳ないと思う。
そうです、その通りです。
でもメイリンにはその方がいいと思った。少し強引な方が今時の若い女の子に受けると聞いた。何言
ってるんですか？どこからそんな知識を仕入れたのですか？
まあメイリンに先に逃げてほしいのは本当なんだ。家族には無事でいてほしいから。
You are my alcoholic daughter, after all.
話はこれぐらいにしよう。
I look at Mei Ling sincerely, and I take the chance to also tidy up her ruffled hair. She finally looks up at me as if she's come to a resolution. A piercing ringing fills the air, and I look at Lorelai's direction for answers. She throws me an inquisitive look in return. Unlike the time in prison, her intimacy carries a sense of distance with it once she drops her character. I couldn't hope to guess at what she's actually thinking. There appears to be something deeper, something I cannot touch hidden behind her affection. Perhaps the chance just hasn't presented itself yet. I gesture for her to tell me about the situation.
メイリン、話の続きはまた後だ。
またこうやって。
Lorelai returns to my side. There's a new terminal in her hand that I don't recognize.
多分ジョージがシーヤからの通信だわ。私が対応しましょうか。
Lorelai would often take her leave to take care of such calls during the last few days here. I have no reason to doubt her abilities in handling them.
大丈夫。
というと？
私が直接話。
どうやら看守が取り込み中みたいだね。
何よ。
そんなに怒らないでくださいよ。もちろん下水道も同じです。ただ大事なお客さんが行方不明になったからこうして探してあげているのに。
いつまで演技するつもりなの
？They went to great lengths to find George and get close to the prison, but now they're unable to enter the prison while George plays dumb.
おや。
指揮官を地下監獄に閉じ込めたことはもう隠さなくてもいいだろう。
いやいや、まさか私が大事なお客さんを監獄に入れるわけないでしょう。トマトキングが失踪したことについてはモコ氏の管理者として本当に申し訳ないと思っていますが。
しらしらしい。
Groza has never looked so angry before.
手を貸して。
わかった。
The time for negotiations is over. Now is the time for violence.
それがしが守る。
砕け散れ。逃げられるとか。
今だ。
まだ降参しちゃダメ。
一緒に遊ぼう。
Boom.
今だ。
Bye.
そのまま消えて。
ここからが本番よ。もう逃げられないわ。
Ow.
それがしが守る。ウルリド、爆破の準備
はいつでも問題ない。
何をする気ですか？
ここで監獄もろとも木っ端みじんになるか、指揮官を返すか、3秒間考えさせてあげる。
そう焦らなくても。
Despite his words, George doesn't look pressed in the slightest. He puts through another call. Surprisingly, he finds someone familiar on the other end.
お久しぶりですね、ジョージ。
Hi.
トイデザイナーの力 なめないでくれる？
Settlement. All debts must eventually be paid in full.
お久しぶりですね、ジョージ。
こちらこそ久しぶりですよ。それにしてもなぜ地下監獄の方にいるのでしょう。
言われてみれば変な話ですが、突然衛兵隊に捕まえられてね。
今すぐにだと少し難しいですね。モコシの地下は入り組んでいて、しかもバシル・プガチョフという独裁者に支配されています。なのでどうかお気をつけてください。
指揮官、そいつの話を信じてはダメ。
グローザ、
フルイドも一緒にいるわ。それから、
おっと、この回線が有料なので話に割り込んでこないでください。
何？私の家族たちと一緒なんですか？
家族？いやいや、ちょっと待ってください。先ほど彼女は何と言いました？
私は
確か指揮官と。
His tone only becomes more exaggerated as he puts his hand over his mouth.
なんかどこかで聞いたことあるような名前ですね。確かそういう国際指名手配犯がいたような。
私をどう呼ぶのかは彼女たちの自由でしょう。
やれやれ、つい先ほど演技をやめろと言われたものでね。君の家族とやらはみんな人形なんだろう。
なんだと？私は騙されていたというのか？
もうよせ。芝居は終わりと言っただろう。君のことは調べさせてもらったよ。地下監獄に入れられても文句は言えないようなご身分のはずだ。
だったら話が早いわ。
Groza is audibly upset, her roiling emotions obvious even through the screen.
指揮官を返しなさい。たとえここで差し違えてでも。
グローザ、早まるな。
まさか人形ごときが差し違えてでもとは。今日で一番笑ったよ。人形の分際で人間に作られた程度のものが。よくもまあそんなことが言えたものだ。まさか自分が人間と同等の存在とでも思っているのかね。
黙れ。
I can't find the words. The man in front of me doesn't have the emotional capacity to understand what I'm about to say.
その程度じゃ反論にすらならんな。
What I saw underground comes to mind. George is human. If he knows the value of life, yet treats it with such little respect due to his arrogance.
もはやお前と話すことはない。彼女たちの方がよほど命の尊さを理解している。
そうか、それは残念だな。
お前のやっていることは全て知っている。私を地下に送り込んだのはお前だったからな。
おお、バシルに会ったみたいだね。しかしあいつは独りよがりの独裁者だ。モコシの利益を損ねてまで。
His words might have shaken me if I hadn't seen the truth for myself.
それぐらいは見極められる。お前に言われるまでもない。
犯罪者に染められるのは良くないことだよ、指揮官。ただ、もし例の発電所のことについてもう一度考えてみてくれるのなら、私も君の愚かな行いに目をつぶるとしよう。ああ、でも賞金と交換させてもらうよ。あのお方もきっとその方が喜ぶ。
私が3番目に嫌いなことを知っているか？
知らないがここで教え。
脅されることだ。なのでその程度の脅しに屈するわけがない。
残念だな、本当に。
We were never friends.
心にもない言葉はよせ。せいぜい最後の時間を楽しむといい。もともとモコシはお前のものじゃなかったんだからな。 盗んだものはいつか返さなければならない。
This is the first time George's face brims with anger, in stark contrast to his usual comical demeanor. His passion and approachability are nothing but lies. I finally see the heartless glint in his eyes.
クローザー、ウルリド。
はい、指揮官。ここに。
待っててくれ。すぐに行く。
了解。ご安心を。ジョージさん、助けに参りました。
そろそろ退勤時間のはずだが。
様の命ですので。それと残業手当もあります。
How much overtime? How much overtime is worth this? All right. Let's do this. You and your damn perfect defense. Ow. Two more. Reforging Dawn. Amidst the cold ashes, we dredge up the scraps and reforge the dawn into shape. That lady. She continues leaning on you, even though she already knows everything about you. Let's go! Redacted hours later. Uh-oh.
あと5分で着きますので、もう少々お待ちください。衛兵隊がこちらに集まってきている。それから敵の中に人形もいる。形式はわからないけど、力は軍用エリート級を上回っている。
Yeah, we never actually fought Thea.
お姉様の方は
せいぜいあと10分が限界か。
そう。では5分で型をつけましょう。
Thea moves faster than Groza can evade. She appears in front of Groza and swiftly fires a laser that penetrates Groza's shoulder. Groza doesn't bother evading. She grips Thea tightly with her other hand so hard her fingers sink into the foe's frame down to the knuckle as sparks fill the air. Thea remains nonchalant, only showing signs of displeasure as the accessories on her clothing become casualties. She's gonna use remolding, yep. I can't help but worry as I hear such a sentence the moment I connect to the command of battle. The battle is hardly progressing as planned. Ulrich and Groza are struggling to hold out against Thea, and the Oathsworn encirclement remains a concern. I turn to Lorelei after laying out the general plans I have for them.
いつでも行けるわ。
やれ。
The moment I give out the order, several drones loaded with rockets immediately depart for their area. Lorelai's well-made preparations have saved me a lot of time.
攻撃位置の制御は
もちろん問題ないわ。
グローザ、ウルリド、3時方向の遮蔽物に隠れろ。30秒以内に。
Our squad remains relatively small, but the battlefield has changed.
面倒なことを。
キャロリックとスオミは12時の方向へ。そこの通路をそのまま進め。
はい、了解。
Despite her unchanged expression, Thea's frequent laser blasts betray her dissatisfaction deep down. She fires away at every piece of cover nearby, unable to find her targets.
今だローレライ。
Exactly as promised, the drones release the payload at blinding speed. Plumes of fire bloom across the ground, swallowing Thea at the Oathsworn. The cries and yelps of the Oathsworn fill the air, but Thea moves deftly and avoids any major damage. I monitor the battle and look for Groza amidst the fire. A fine opportunity arrives as I finally spot her figure clearly.
グローザ。
Groza quickly finds a timing and fires off a burst at Thea.
この程度で。
Thea is forced back, finally at a disadvantage after a lengthy battle, just as she finds an opportunity to turn the tide. A bullet strikes her from her blind spot, perfectly piercing her joints with incredible precision.
狙撃どこから？
なんとか間に合ったな。しかしローレライ、ここまで派手にやると後で怒られたりしないか？
まあ、もしそうなったらエルモ号に転職しようかしら。
転職は慎重に考えた方がいいと思う。ローレライ、次行くぞ。
了解。先ほどの射撃はグローザではないし、もしかしてあの子なのかしら。
Xian. Is it Xian?
そういえば忘れていたな。
George doesn't appear worried at all by the sight of Thea's defeat. In fact, the smile on his face only grows more deranged.
失敗作には期待するなという話だ。
申し訳ございません。返品や異議申し立ては契約に基づいて行ってください。
まあいい。時間は稼げたのだから十分。
George ignores Thea's obvious frustration. A colossal machine in the shape of great beast roars and moves in George's direction. It is clear to see that the beast is not George's foe. Rather, it is very possibly a pet of his. It flaunts its staunch layers of armor, spiked defense systems, and mounted heavy cannon that contrast with the rest of its visuals.
まだこんなものがあったとは。
アムニの体。昔、私が設計した。
Vasily has placed himself next to me at some point as he looks at the great machine along with me.
確か第11局にいた頃からこれを構想していたと。
非常に残念だよ。本来モコシを守るためのものが。
Vasily regards the jarring modification of the machine with an indescribable expression. For him, this machine into which he had poured his heart and soul feels familiar yet foreign. It once carried out his will, saving the residents of Mokosh, but in George's hands has become an aggressor rather than a protector, stripping away those who had opposed him of their lives. Not even Vasily himself may know how to face and overcome it now.
おやおやバシル、まだ生きていたのか。
George's voice interrupts our discussion. He is much more animated than the frigid Vasily, just as he was when we first met him. The deep rumbling of Omni Shell follows. It marches on us, branching its fangs and claws, now no longer a protector of anything.
久しぶりだね、ジョージ。
君にまだ地上に上がってくる勇気があるなんて驚きだ。
ジョージ、今日は別れを告げに来たんだ。もうこれで終わりにしよう。
終わりだと。君に何ができるというのか。たかがエンジニアが何を。このモコシュに富をもたらしたバシル。もし君が私の邪魔をしなかったら、君の英雄願望も少し叶えてやらないこともなかった。
なんだ、まだ私に未練があるのか。
いいえ、もうこれで最後だよ。
お互いジョージ、君は最初からモコシュのために戻ってきたわけではなかったのだ。君がモコシュに戻ってきたのはあくまでも金のためだった。
だからなんだ。 こんなクソみたいな場所でも何かの価値を生み出せるようにしたのは私だ。君はずっとバシュ、何度言えばわかる。だから私のしてきたことも理解できるはずだ。もういい加減にしたまえ。君の拙い願望だけでは何かを変えるためには代償が必要なんだよ。だから君、
ジョージ、多分もう通じないと思うが、君は人間を舐めすぎだ。
Vasly's son begins to move toward the massive machine.
バシル、何をする気だ。
アムニの殻を作ったのは私だ。だからその罪も私が償わなければならない。モコシの未来をジョージから取り戻す。
It's huge!
愚かな。作動中のアムニの殻に生身で近づく。
私に何かあってもきっとこの指揮官が何とかしてくれる。
戦うのは任せろ。だが君はモコシのために生きろ。
Kill the boss. Omni's leg, Omni's leg. Oh, there's 4 Omni's leg. Okay. Mokosh, Omni Shell. Hot damn. Omni's Blaze, Omni's Heart. Oh great, it's multiple parts. With a heavy thud and a great cloud of dust, Omni Shell ceases to move. It circles around in place before gradually coming to a complete stop. I wait and I wait, but I see no trace of Vasily. George's reinforcements are incoming, and the Oathsworn's lines are converging on us. We need to find Vasily and get back on our feet before making our next decision. A rather strong signal patches itself into comm channel. Our reinforcements have breached the Oathsworn encirclement.
マキアートか、ちょうどいい。情報を共有するから、ジョージとシーヤの捜索に入ってくれ。
I immediately receive another incoming call as I end the call with her.
今回の報酬はどうする？
いいですよ。
なんか毎回そんなこと言っている気がするが。
まだやる気になってる衛兵隊がいるから。
I knew that Groza called him back when I was absent, but the sheer scale of this. Am I really going to have to go around and tell all of them that I'm all right?
やっとつながった。今どういう状況なの？あ、そうだ。そよ風招待は準備万端よ。いつでも。
この2人を探してくれ。情報は送ってある。
了解。任せてよ。指揮官様は大丈夫なの？
私は大丈夫だ。安心してくれ。
I'm not quite completely unharmed, but it wouldn't do to make them worry.
わかった。じゃあ後で検査ねってお姉ちゃんが言ってる。
As usual, the truth doesn't get past Diane. I handled the incoming calls as we proceed towards Omnichell. I completely failed to notice Lorelei short distance away with her gaze still focused on me.
指揮官、あそこに。
I follow Groza's gaze and I find Vasily hanging on a steel spike on Omnichell. It looks as though he's been flung there in the chaos and his tools are scattered all over the ground. Surprisingly, his eyes begin to slowly open the moment I ask the question.
大丈夫だ。骨が折れているかも。
He's really pushing himself. Vasily still's unsettled. He's worrying about the unfinished battle even though he's wounded.
無理するな。とりあえず応急処置はしておく。
ジョージはどこに？そうだ。ホワイトさんとメイリンさんは地下の制御センターにいる。
Looks like it didn't take long to seize control of the underground control center, thanks to the loopholes left during the prior maintenance.
地下はどうなっている？
あの二人は監獄に来る前にすでに地下のシステムの権限を全部ハッキングしてきた。私たちは勝ったのか？
Yes.
あと少しだ。もうほぼ勝ったも同然だ。
I try to relax my tone, do what I can for his mental state. With Georgia's forces approaching, we would be better off retreating. Our best course of action is to re-engage only after we decide on our next move. We don't want one of the Yellow Zone's rare city-sized settlements to turn into a ruin either.
地下のシステムの権限を全部得たのなら、アムニの殻も君が止めてくれた。モコシを取り戻すのも時間の問題だ。
ずっとこの日を待っていた。私には何もない。私たちはただ私たちのものを取り戻したかった。あと少しなら私も頑張らないとな。
ああ、私も力を貸す。
Vasily is looking much better than before after getting patched up. He stands up and slowly walks forward.
さて、あともう一踏ん張りだ。
I give him a light pat on the back.
大丈夫。きっと勝つから。
I look at this retreating figure and I gradually begin to follow after him. The campaign is not yet over. We're only at the beginning. Groza follows me closely, and she almost trips at the bumpy path below us. This would have been unthinkable at any other time, but far too many things have happened in Mokosh. Groza has been placed under immense pressure for far too long. It has no doubt been torturous for her in her current state. But she does her best not to make a sound.
Groza.
I take her by the hand, holding her closer to me for support.
遅くなってすまない。
いいえ、私は指揮官さえ無事でいればずっと、もし自分の存在が指揮官を危険な目にさらすかもしれないと思う。でも指揮官がいなくなった方が辛いと今回で気づいた。
分かっている。赤い玉ねぎのこと、もう思い出したのだろう。
指揮官。
She tries to slip her hand away, but I grasp it tighter.
もしいつかそんな日が来たら、私が化け物になってしまったら、その時はどうか躊躇せずに私を殺してほしい。
You're asking a lot, girl.
Groza.
I know how much it must have taken to put that into words. Aside from my trust, what I can provide is a promise to her.
分かった。決してそうならないように私が何とかする。
Groza finds the determination to stand by my side once more.
作戦終了。帰ろっか。
And come on. Man in the hole. He sleeps in a cave of memories, but the searing light of reality has awakened him.
指揮官。
Lorelei finally finishes her lengthy call and returns to my side.
お邪魔だったかし。
そんなまさか。任務の方はどうなっている？
もういつになったら私も指揮官に甘えられるのかし。
そういうのは全部終わってからだ。状況はどうなっている？
ジョージの通信記録を傍受したけど、
それよりも大事なことがあるだろう。
せめてありがとうの一言が欲しかったけど。
だからそれも全部終わってからだ。今適当に済ませるよりも。
まあそれなら喜んで。
で、結局任務の方はどうなっている？
今はそんな話したく、もっと楽しい話をしたい
わ。
ずっと保安局から通信が来ていたのだろう。監獄にいた時から気づいていた。今回は割とやりたい放題してしまったから、上はお怒りなんじゃないのか。まあ支援の話を撤回されてもこっちは何も文句が言えないが。
要するに指揮官は私と離れるのが寂しいって。
She tilts her hand somewhat and positions it in a way that's convenient for caressing. She looks at me with dewy eyes in such a manner that it almost seems teasing. I reach out with a hand to stroke Lorelai's hair. Her eyes narrow a little with comfort.
指揮官、私にとってこれぐらいじゃ全然足りないわよ。
そうなのか？
私はメイリンのような子供じゃないんだから。
じゃあ、もし今後また機会が。
今後また。もうこれからはずっと。
The support she's given me has obviously gone beyond what state sec allows. I can't help but worry for her safety. She knows about the situation with Rosa too. If she still decides to choose me nevertheless, I think back to what Rosa experienced and the pain she suffers. If possible, I want to spare Lorelai from those things.
ローレライ、君がこんなことをしなくても。
これは全部。
なんか10年前よりもわがままになっているように感じるな。
そう言われたらそうなのかもしれないわね。だから指揮官にも少し変わってほしいわね。
She grabs my hand and puts a circular mark on one of the fingers with her teeth. Her movements are gentle, but that mark will persevere for several days.
大丈夫。指揮官の知りたいことは全部エルモ号に帰ってから教えるので。
She winks at me. The despondency from before nowhere to be seen. She's returned to her normal, smiling, confident self. After a brief moment of tenderness, we hurriedly make our escape. After all, the real counterattack has yet to come. By the time the Oathsworn take control of the scene, the only thing remaining is the Oathsworn Omni Shell. The one who has caused all of this vanished without a trace. George angrily cuts off the call. He has already caused Vasily to suffer 1,000 times worse than what he once went through. The despair of illness, a feeble body, and dismal health, not to mention a long-buried family.
なのに奴はまだ私の前に立ちはだかる。全てを捨ててきた。私とて全てを捨ててきたのだ。なのに失敗するというのか。これは。
George stares at his arm in surprise. Blue spots begin popping up all over his skin.
この青いあざはなぜだ。なぜだ。
George scrambles to figure out what's going on with him, but a severe headache robs him of his ability to think. He scatters the documents and objects on his desk, searching for the medicine that will make him feel better. But he finds nothing, even as he knocks over the last bottle. He collapses to his knees with his head in his hands. A letter upon his desk flutters down to the floor in front of him. It is a neat and tidy letter. The solid and smooth strokes of the writing look impeccable, and the paper carries the faint aroma of a flower. Osmanthus, as Vasily would tell him in the same letters. Vasily's favorite desserts always carried that aroma.
バシル。今日は第11局での221日目。ここの食事は非常に美味しいが、名残惜しいことに、私はいつかモコシュに帰らなければならない。ジョージ、君は昔、モコシュを放射線汚染から解放。
私の手紙だと。生きる理由など君ほど恵まれた存在でもなければ。
George knows full well that he has contracted Elid. He doesn't know when he got infected, but has already taken every step he can to stave off the illness, to the point of even stealing vaccines.
理由なんてどうでもいい。私は生きる。生き続ける。
The familiar sound of footsteps reaches his ears. He composes himself in an instant, pulling on his usual smile, as forced it is in his current predicament.
そうだ。私にはまだ。
The man who gave him every opportunity, the man who allowed him to emerge from the abyss. Zimmerman? Or is that Griffin? The despair does not stay with George for long. He's never been a man who falters in place and refuses to accept reality. If he can survive Elid, he can survive this insignificant turbulence. Yet this much is nothing but insignificant. Vasily has tried to fight back countless times. No matter how imposing he may seem, he's been beaten back and crushed every time. He pulls himself away from his memories. The dreamlike sensations depart along with the sentiments of the past. He can feel himself regaining control, and he can put everything firmly in his grasp again. Clarity returns to the world in front of him. Red dots congregate in Mokosh upon the screen before him. The convoys of his reinforcements arriving. Rather, his help is here. He looks up to find this Thea standing before him. Even though she should be immobilized and crippled. No, something's not right here. It's Gaia. That's Gaia, isn't it? And that's it for the story. Holy shit. Just in time. I need to get going now. Alright. Thank you everyone for joining me today as I trump through Dawn Voyager Part 1. Alright, let's see who we can raid. Alright. Onika. Yeah, let's go raid Onika. Doing art! He's always doing art. But I digress. So. Goodbye, everybody, and remember, stay prime.